Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith, and today I am going to be making a compilation of all of my charge-off removal videos. That way no one has to go to all of the other ones in order to get all the information. So if you're new to the channel, welcome. On this channel, we talk about business strategy, business credit, personal credit repair, and everything financial literacy. And today I am going to be doing the ultimate guide to charge off removal in 2024. So a lot of you had questions about charge offs, and in multiple videos there were a lot of some of the same questions that were already answered in previous videos. So I've taken all of the videos that I've made. It's a total of 7 videos. Be forewarned, this video will probably be somewhere around 4 hours long. So if you just wanted to take notes and watch this in parts, then you can. I don't expect anybody to watch this, all the way through from start to finish. Now, I just want to go over the sequence of these videos. I don't want to make this much longer than it actually needs to be. So this is going to be the video sequence, and I did it in the order that I created them. The first video is how to remove charge-offs from your credit report fast. And I just want to give a description of each video. This video will cover how to remove a charge-off by using the repeat charge-off method. When you look at the payment history, if you see charge off after the date the account was originally charged off, that is an inaccuracy, and you can then use that to potentially get the account deleted after you go through round 1 through 3. The next video is going to be how to remove charge-offs from your credit report using other common inaccuracies. For that one, I use Identity IQ. There's a link in the description if you want to sign up for Identity IQ, and you can do that for a 7-day trial for $1. Now, with Identity IQ, it puts all of the accounts side by side. You can then look at them and find inaccurate information. Watch that video. Timestamps are at the bottom, so you can pick the one that you want to use. In number 3, that's going to be charge-offs removed from credit report. In the previous video, I had 2 charge-offs left on my credit report. I got them both deleted using that method. That video is just showing you proof that it was possible to do it. That video isn't necessarily going to tell you any step-by-step guide. It just could be for you to watch for your reference. That's not going to really give you any step-by-step, but maybe if you want a time frame of how long this can potentially take, that's a good video to watch if you want the time frame. Video number 4 is how to remove repossessions from credit report. A repossession is another type of charge off. It's just a repossession is categorized slightly differently than a regular charge off, and a repossession doesn't always have to be a car. It can be any type of item that is taken back. All right. So if it's anything that you got for a loan that is taken back, repossessed, it could be a car, it could be jewelry, it could be many types of things. It will fall under that category. You can use the same method. The methods are all fairly similar. So it's not going to be that much of a difference, but I'm hoping to find ones that apply to almost every situation. The next video number 5, is how to remove a charge off from your credit report with double jeopardy. Double jeopardy is where you have a collection account and a charge off of the same account on your credit report. You cannot have both of those reporting simultaneously. That video will cover that. Number 6 is charge off removed from credit report with no inaccurate information. That video is not a step-by-step guide. However, it does give you a description of what happened with me personally, where I disputed a charge-off account when I did not have any inaccurate information, and shows how I created a scenario where I was able to get a deletion for that account. Hopefully, again, for reference, it isn't really a step-by-step process. It's just something that you can use for reference that hopefully you can emulate for a similar result, but doesn't guarantee anything. Number 7 is how to delete charge-offs from your credit report using a 1099-C form. Now, the 1099-C form, you can only get that if you have an account that has been discharged. By discharge, I mean they actually did give you a 1099-C. You cannot get a 1099-C if the charge-off account is less than $600. Keep that in mind. That video shows you how to retrieve your 1099-C from your IRS transcripts on irs.gov. Again, all timestamps are at the bottom. You can find the video that corresponds to your issue. I recommend that you look at the comments in this video. As this video starts to age, the comments will be your best point of reference to see other people who had a similar situation as you and were trying to remove charge-offs. Again, let's make this a resource. Let's make it a hub. Let's all have a conversation, answer each other's questions. And that way, as we're doing this, people can come back, refer back to everyone else's experience, and hopefully see a lot of removals from the conversations that take place. From this point on, I don't have any other examples that I believe will be useful at this time. Today, I think the entire day I did one-on-one coachings from 9 a.m. As you can see, it's a little bit darker in my room. Today, I've done nothing but coachings. Most of them were about charge-offs, and I didn't have one that I felt like was an example of something new. Also, I've done around, I think, 100, 115, 116 coachings. So I've talked to you guys, 116 of you, and it's been great. And that's just conversations that we had via Zoom calls. I think that's amazing. It's all been wonderful. Every conversation I had today was wonderful. So from, again, 9 a.m. to about 5 p.m., I've done straight conversations. I did some more research, and then I jumped into making the introduction for this video so I can do more research on some other topics for tomorrow, and I can have the whole day to do that. So thank you guys for watching. I'm not going to keep you much longer because this video will already be extremely long. Check out the description for any helpful links, credit builders, business credit builders, ebooks, timestamps at the bottom. All right. I'll be in the comments too. If you have any questions, I'll definitely be answering that for you. And you guys have a wonderful night. Thank you for your support, and I appreciate you. Did you know a charge-off is the highest level of delinquency you can have besides a bankruptcy on your credit report? That's what makes it one of the hardest items to get removed from your credit report to date. But today, I'm going to show you step by step the way that we can dispute charge-offs to get them permanently deleted from our credit report. This will be the most accurate method that I can provide, and I'm going to give some information on exactly what you can expect, the fastest way that you could do this, in the most accurate way possible. So join me on the computer. I'm going to show you step by step how to remove charge-offs from your credit report. Let's get started. I want to preface this by saying when it comes to charge-offs, there is no one that can guarantee you a charge-off will be removed in a certain period of time. What I can promise you is that if we do it properly, it is possible that it can be done. All right. So another reason why I took my time with making this video was because I wanted to give you guys a little confirmation bias first. If you followed my previous videos, then you probably have seen your collections come off, your late payments come off, your hard inquiries come off, your personal information is corrected. And the reason why I started with that first is because I knew that was easier to get done. I could show my kids how to do that kind of stuff. It's a very, very easy process once you understand how it works and once you know your rights. Now, when it comes to charge-offs, they are a little bit more difficult And the thing is, you can't really tailor one person's credit report to someone else's. And of course, every bank is different. So when I provide you with these steps, you got to understand it's not going to be like you follow each step verbatim. Like everything's going to be exactly the same. You have to kind of tailor it to your situation. So everything that I say, just make sure that you take it with a grain of salt, because charge-offs and credit reports in this situation, they are not all the same. They're going to be different. So what works for one person may not work for you. Depends on your bank, depends on what's going on, depends on the situation of that charge off. They're not going to all be the same. So again, I just wanted to make sure I preface that in the beginning, because this is going to be a little bit more of a challenge. But I've done it myself, and I've had 8 charge-offs. So if you only have 1 or 2 repossession, things like that, trust me, if I can get rid of 8, you can do it too. Getting rid of charge-offs, in my opinion, it really just depends on how much the person wants it. So I just want to start off by saying that. So what is a charge-off? A charge-off means a company has written off a debt because it does not believe it will receive the money that it's owed. You are responsible for paying debt that is charged off. Paying off or settling the overdue debt does not mean it will be removed from the charge-off status on the consumer's credit report. Instead, the status will likely be changed to charge-off paid or charge-off settled. And that's the reason why we focus on deleting the account. So you're still responsible for paying charge-offs once the account is charged off. All right. There are situations where this might change, and we are going to go through a few scenarios here. All right. There are scenarios where you may have a charged off account that becomes a collection. That's different. That's a situation of double jeopardy, where the account is transferred but isn't updated properly. That's another one of the easiest ways to get a charge off deleted. So today we're going to be talking about a few things. Factual disputes will be the main topic of conversation, but I will give you different scenarios because, again, not everyone's charge offs will be the same. They're all going to be different. It depends on your situation. So there are different types of charge-offs. There are high balance charge-offs. A high balance charge-off can be anything above $1,500. Those, depending on your situation, you may want to avoid disputing them. Sometimes they can be risky. The higher the balance, the more likely you are to be sued. Now, I want to make sure that when I give this information, I'm making sure to address everything as much as I possibly can. That's why I save charge-offs for last. You can be sued even if you don't get an account removed from your credit report. Keep that in mind. It's just that you're more likely to be sued when the account is over $1,500. That's a different video. Maybe in the future, I'll talk about what happens, but a lawsuit isn't as big of a deal as you think. You go to court, there's ways to deal with that. There's a lot of ways. But I just want to make sure that I do mention it. Low balance charge-offs. That's anything below $1,500. You can usually get these deleted by factual disputes. They're a lot easier, you know. Paid accounts. The account is paid or settled. Either you pay the full balance or you settle for a lower amount. Whatever the case may be. This account is legally validated already. Technically, when you paid it off, you said that it was a legal, valid account. So this is the account where you are going to do factual disputing. But if you're looking at this video and you looked at round 1 and round 2, for a paid account or settled balance, you can just jump to round 3. You don't have to do round 1 and round 2. The account's already validated, so you don't have to worry about that. A transferred account. A transferred account usually has a zero balance and it should indicate sold or transferred, right? You need to check your credit report and you need to see if it's reporting as a zero balance and it indicates sold or transferred. A lot of charge offs can be deleted because, again, you'll see two accounts. One is a collection, the other is being held by the actual creditor, the original creditor. And some of us don't see that because we don't look at the right credit report. Usually in the past videos, I've told you to go to Experian, Identity IQ. But for this one, I'm going to recommend that you stick with annualcreditreport.com. You can get your free reports every week still as of February 1st, 2024. And the reason why you need to go to annualcreditreport.com is because a lot of companies don't actually put the entire report on their website. You want to look online, and I'm going to give you specific examples of why you want to look online on annualcreditreport.com. I'm going to give you a few examples of why you want to make sure that you check that. All right. I am so sorry, guys. I'm not used to using a a slideshow, but this is like all the information I needed to make sure that I remember to address. So again, go to annualcreditreport.com. It has your real credit report with all the payment history and comments needed for factual disputes. So when we're doing factual disputes, we need as much information as possible. Information is ammunition. All right. If we want to make sure to get rid of these accounts, we need as much ammunition as possible. So we need to make sure that we get all the information that's on our reports. And a few of the ones online that we use, like Identity IQ, Credit Karma, even Experian, that's the one I normally use. I would say it's the most accurate, but I could give specific examples of where it's missing information. That's why you want to go to annualcreditreport.com. If you do nothing else, make sure that you get the information from there if you do nothing else. All right. A little bit more information before I get into this. So after a company charges off an account, sometimes they sell that account to a debt buyer, and that's different from a collection agency. So debt buyers usually only buy charged off accounts because it's easier to sue you since they get information directly from the original creditor. And you usually will see like Midland Funding, LVNB, portfolio recovery, things like that. And before I actually go any further, again, I apologize. Transfer charge-off accounts, we just talked about those. Non-transferred just means that they're charged off accounts that are just the normal accounts that you would see, and you can dispute those the same way you would dispute high balance or low balance. They just haven't been transferred yet. And we know about going to annualcreditreport.com. All right. The reason why I brought up 1099-C form is because I figured a lot of people would have questions about this form because I've seen other people talk about it, but I don't think it's actually understood. So a 1099-C form, if you have taxable debt of $600 or more that's been canceled by a lender, the lender is required to file a form 1099-C with the IRS. The lender is also required to send you a copy of the 1099-C cancellation of debt form so you can use it when you file your annual taxes. If the debt on your 1099-C cancellation of debt form does not fall into one of the IRS's excluded categories, you might owe debt forgiveness tax. All right. To put it simply, a 1099-C form is a cancellation of debt as long as the debt is more than $600. Usually you get this when a creditor actually discharges the debt. And probably some people are wondering like, okay, well, if I have a charge off, shouldn't I get a 1099-C form in the mail? Let's address that. So 1099-C requirements and mechanics. Generally, a creditor must file a Form 1099-C if one, the debt is in the amount of $600 or more, so it has to be that or more, and it has been discharged. I think that's a big part that most people don't get, which I had to understand. A creditor can put on their books that your charge off is not going to be collected on, or they believe that it's no longer an asset to them, and they'll mark it as a charge off in their books. But that doesn't mean that they received a corresponding tax credit for it. They can put your account in a charge off status and never write it off, which means they don't have to give you a 1099-C. So, 2, the creditor of an applicable entity, and 3, an identifiable event has occurred. So a Form 1099-C must be filed in the year following the calendar year in which the identifiable event had occurred. So January 31st to the debtor. That's the reason why I made this video after January 31st. On February 1st, which is today's date, you should have, if not received one, you should be receiving one soon. If the 1099-C form was actually given out, that means if the debt was actually discharged. All right. So January 31st to the debtor, which would be you or me. February 28th to the IRS if paper filed, and by March 31st to the IRS if e-filed. Finally, the only canceled or discharged debt that must be reported on a Form 1099-C is the principal amount of the debt owed. However, a creditor may report the interest and penalties forgiven if it so chooses. So just to summarize that, they can actually charge the interest separately to you and say that you still owe the interest, but the principal amount they can then put on the 1099-C. It's at the creditor's discretion. So what if the creditor didn't send me a 1099-C? A question I ask myself a lot too. The creditor may take time to write off the debt officially. You may not receive the form for a few years. So again, and this is why I didn't hyper focus on 1099-Cs, because the creditor may not have discharged the debt. They may have marked it as a charge off, but if they don't discharge it, write it off, right? The debt hasn't officially been written off per the IRS. So you may not get a 1099-C for years. And you can also ask a creditor to receive a 1099-C. But even if you ask them to receive it, they may say something like, we're not obligated to give you one, or we haven't discharged this debt yet, which means they're still holding on to it. They haven't written it off yet. They haven't sold it. They're just holding on to it. But later down the line, a few years later, if they so choose to get a credit for it, a tax credit, you may get a 1099-C years later. My recommendation, since we're right on we're at the beginning of February 1st, you should start calling to see if you'll actually get one if you haven't received it yet. So after the creditor writes off a debt, what is the deadline to file a 1099-C on my taxes? If a creditor writes off a debt and cancels or forgives the debt, they are required to send the debtor and the IRS a Form 1099-C cancellation of debt by January 31st of the year following the tax year, of the year following that tax year, in which the debt was canceled or forgiven. For example, if a debt were canceled or forgiven in 2022, the creditor would need to send the debtor and the IRS a Form 1099-C by January 31st, 2023. If the creditor fails to send Form 1099-C or sends an incorrect form, the debtor should contact the creditor to request a corrected form. If the creditor does not respond, the debtor should contact the IRS to report the issue. It's important for debtors to report all taxable canceled debt on their tax return in the year that the debt was canceled or forgiven. Failing to report canceled debt as taxable income can result in penalties and interest from the IRS. So again, the reason why I'm addressing this now is because a 1099-C is not something that you're entitled to or that you can ask for and expect to receive. The only way that you get this form is if the creditor discharged the debt. And the only way that you'll know that is if you receive one or if you contact them and you ask for one. And the reason why you want to contact and ask for one is because once the debt is canceled or forgiven, we can get it deleted from your credit report. And I would say 1099-Cs are probably one of the easier ways to get it done. You just can't always guarantee that you're going to get it, which is why it's not the thing that I rely on, but I'm going to talk about it just so that, you know, you're aware, or in case it's asked, we might as well just address it. But it's not the thing that I would rely on. When I removed all of my charge-offs, I never got one charge-off removed with a 1099-C. I didn't. Even though you definitely can, I didn't do it. But again, this is why it's like I waited to make this. There's so many different variables when it comes to charge-offs. They're all very different, and it depends on your situation. All right, so what is the statute of limitations on a 1099-C? Generally, there is no statute of limitation on a 1099-C. Simply meaning you can get a 1099-C this year, you could get it next year, you could get it in 3 years. They have up to 7 years to provide you with that. After 7 years, then they can't report the account generally, you know, for your state. It depends on your state. But after 7 years, for the most part, it's a wrap. The account's deleted. But anytime within that time frame, the creditor decides to discharge that debt, they'll send you one. So the creditor does not have to send you the form promptly so that you can include it on your tax return. I'm sorry, but the creditor does have to send you the form promptly so that you can include it on your tax returns. There is no rule about how long a creditor has to officially charge off your debt. So it could be years before you receive the form in the mail. There are exclusions to being sent a 1099-C, like bankruptcy, or if you settle the debt. So if you settle the debt and you pay it, they don't need to send you a 1099-C. If you file for bankruptcy, they don't need to send it. That debt has been discharged because you file for bankruptcy. There's no need to cancel the debt if you file for bankruptcy or if you settle that debt. This is only for, and they actually can send it still if you settled it. But this is generally for when they have discharged or written off that debt. Okay, I wanted to get the 1099-C stuff out the way because I figured I'd have questions about it. But now we're going to get to the real reason why you came here. We're going to get to how to dispute a charge off. So I broke it down into 4 parts. Step 1, we're going to send an investigation complaint. You never send a factual dispute to initially dispute a charge off. Step 2, we're going to send a reinvestigation follow-up complaint. Step 3, we're going to use factual disputes. I like to use date of last activity. Usually that's one of the first attributes I would attempt. And in step 4, payment history or any other factual dispute that we can find. So really quick, let me just exit the slideshow for 1 second because I want to pull up here. You guys know I always use the Cornell Law School 15 U.S. Code 1681 procedure. I know you want this done fast. I know you guys want this done as soon as possible. But there are steps that we need to take because a charge-off account is much harder to get off than a collection. Much harder, but it can be done if you follow a procedure. So the reason why we first have to send a procedural investigation, our right as a consumer, we can ask the credit bureaus to dispute anything for any reason, just because we feel like it. Just because I want a dispute doesn't have to have a reason. I just want one. I'm entitled to one. That's my right. Okay. We need to have them do that. And we need to ask them, hey, credit bureaus, I'm looking at my account. This account doesn't look right. We don't ever talk about what's wrong. We just say it doesn't look right. Don't give them anything. Just say it doesn't look right. Unless, again, it's a paid account. If it's paid, then you can go right to the factual dispute. But if it's not paid or settled, we're going to look at that and we're going to say, hey, something's wrong. I'm going to give you a template about what to say, but what's wrong? I need to figure it out. Can you investigate? Reinvestigation comes next. We ask them to reinvestigate. I looked at it again. I disagree. This doesn't look right. Can you look at it again? We need them to verify twice and say 2 times, we looked at it and it looks good. And this is why we need it. Right here. We're going to scroll down. Right here to section 5. Treatment of inaccurate or unverifiable information. So if after any reinvestigation, under paragraph 1 of any information disputed by a consumer, an item of the information is found to be inaccurate or incomplete or cannot be verified, the consumer reporting agency shall promptly delete that item of information from the file of the consumer or modify that item of information as appropriate based on the results of the reinvestigation and promptly notify the furnisher that the information has been modified or deleted from the file of the consumer. So see, right here's the reason why we need to do those first 2 steps initially. We need to get them to confirm that they verified that that account was accurate. They did it twice. I asked you for a procedural investigation. I asked you to reinvestigate. Now I can go right into my my disputes, knowing that you told me everything was accurate. So I like to know why sometimes things have to be the way that they have to be so that it makes sense. All right. So that's why we have to do step 1 and step 2 first. And then we go into step 3 and step 4. Now, round 1 dispute. This is step 1. Remember, I said we're going to send an investigation complaint. And when we send it through the CFPB. At the very end, I'm going to go through that process. If not, I could probably put a link to a video that I have where I showed you guys how to file a CFPB complaint. If not, I'm going to do it in this video again for anybody new. So round 1 dispute, step 1, we send an investigation complaint through the CFPB. You can also send letters if you want. You just add your first name, last name, your social, your address, and then you can look up the address for the corresponding credit bureau. I personally have found that it was no different between me sending letters and me just going through the CFPB. And personally, for me, I noticed there was no different. If you want to send a letter, by all means, you can do both. I don't think that either one would be a problem. So, again, step 1, we never send factual disputes until after you've asked for a procedural reinvestigation, unless it's already paid or settled. At that point, you already admitted that the account was yours and it's verified. So this is an example of what you can say. Recently, I looked at a copy of my credit report and noticed several inaccuracies on my account. This account is hurting my ability to obtain credit. It is my understanding that you will investigate these items for me to ensure accuracy. Here is the item I am asking you to verify as accurate. You then put the account name and the number that's shown on the report. This is the first complaint round. Again, we don't put a reason. This is very general. It's very broad. We're just asking them, hey, I looked at it. I noticed several inaccuracies. What do you think? That's it. We're basically getting in position. You got to understand that the credit bureaus, they have laws to protect them with handling their disputes. We have laws for us. We just need to basically get them in position where we can get these accounts deleted quickly. So you guys can copy this. If you want to, you can copy it verbatim. I would try to, you have to change it up a little bit to put your account name and your information, but just something general. It shouldn't be very long. You don't have to put laws in there. Just make it very, very general. All right. This is going to be round 2, step 2. We're going to ask them for a reinvestigation. So we're going to say something along the lines of, I'm in disagreement with the account listed below, which still appears on my credit report. Even after your investigation, I would like this item to be immediately reinvestigated. The inaccuracies are highly injurious to my credit score. Sorry about that, guys. All right. And then you're going to put the name of the account, the account number shown on the report. And then here I have a little tidbit just so that they're aware that we do know our laws. In accordance with the Fair Credit Reporting Act, Law 91506, and then the title, the section, the subsection, please provide the names and business addresses of each individual with whom you verified above so that I may follow up. Please send an updated copy of my credit report after your reinvestigation. Now, some of you may actually notice that the accounts are starting to get deleted after step 2. Usually step 1, nothing happens. Step 2, we're not giving them any specific details yet. We're not talking about any factual disputes. Now we're just asking, hey, can you tell me who you verified this with? Can you give me the names of the individuals? Can you please make sure that you update a copy of my credit report after your reinvestigation? So now you may notice some things come off. You may not. If you do, good. If you don't, then we proceed to the next step. But this is really just getting them in position to basically say, oh, we verified it. This account was good. Okay, you verified it. Awesome. Now, before I show you round 3, I got to go over the most common charge-off inaccuracies. So one of the easiest ways to get stuff removed from your credit report is repeatedly reporting charge-off every month. And I'm going to give you guys an example. Every time your account updates, like if you look at it and it shows like where it shows the payment history, it shows charge-off, 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 charge-off. It's updating the statute of limitations. It's extending it. Every update to that account makes the account look newer than it is, and re-aging the account is illegal. They can't do that. I'm going to give you examples, but I just want to go over, these are the most common reasons you're going to get a charge-off deleted, and pretty much you're going to plug one of these reasons in after you look at your report, and you're going to put that in round 3. So, not indicating when or if the account has been sold, misrepresentation of the account status. You're going to look at your account and you may have a card with Capital One. That account may have been sold to Portfolio Recovery. But when you look at your credit report, it's going to show Capital One with a balance, and then it's going to show a collection with that same balance. But it's not going to show on the Capital One credit card charge-off that account had actually been sold. It needs to have that status on there. And this is why I'm telling you, you need to go to annualcreditreport.com and look at your report. You probably won't see this on Credit Karma. You probably won't see this on Identity IQ. You might see it on Experian, but I can tell you for TransUnion, you never get that information, even with Experian. So you want to make sure that you go to annualcreditreport.com and you want to get your report there, because you'll be able to see all these inaccuracies. Not reflecting a zero balance after transferred, sold, or paid. That's double jeopardy. So if they transferred this Capital One account to Recovery Portfolio Collection, that Capital One account should have a zero balance. If it doesn't, that's inaccurate. I can't have a balance on both of these accounts. Two different The creditor and the collection agency can't both be trying to collect on this one account. You can't do that. That's an inaccuracy that can get a charge off deleted. It's actually one of the easiest ones. Reporting inconsistent balances across credit bureaus. I'm going to actually pull up Identity IQ because if you are familiar with the website, Identity IQ shows you all the balances and all the information from each credit bureau. It's not going to be as in-depth as annualcreditreport.com, but it'll be good as an example. All right. Date of first delinquency. That can illegally be changed. I've seen that a lot. It should reflect the month and year it was first delinquent, and then changes after 180 days charged off status. We can't have any changes. Once a charge off goes past 180 days, the account is dead. It's done. You can't have on-time payments. You can't add anything else to it. There should be nothing left on there. You can't do that. That's illegal. That's an inaccuracy. So I'm going to start showing you examples of what to look for so that when you go to annualcreditreport.com, I could promise, I won't make it guarantees, but I feel like I could almost guarantee that one of these you're going to find most definitely on a charge off. All right, so here's a factual dispute about repeated charge off. Remember what I said? Remember what I said about the account showing charge off multiple times? Look at this. This account, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to zoom in and it's going to the next page. I'm sorry about that, guys. This account says charge off. So this account was initially charged off, looks like February of 2022, 180 days past due. But yet it's being reported every single month. They're updating this account. So look, let's go back. Repeatedly reporting charge off every month. Wow, there we go. Is that not what's going on here? That's inaccurate. They can't do that. That is an inaccuracy. And this is a screenshot pulled from annualcreditreport.com, which is why I'm telling you guys you want to pull from there. I'm going to pull this same account up on Identity IQ, and I'm going to make a comparison because I want to show you exactly what I'm talking about. So I was able to pull this same account up on Identity IQ. So check this out, guys. Check this out. Remember, we just talked about that every month after February 2022, that this account was charge off. Look at this. On Identity IQ, it says okay. That's not what we just saw, right? So if we go here, this is the exact same account with Merrick Bank. Look at this. After February, charge off. Right? On Identity IQ, it just says that the account is okay. See, we wouldn't get that information if we didn't get the annualcreditreport.com that report. Identity IQ didn't show that, which is why I keep stressing, make sure you get the report from annualcreditreport.com. All right, let's look for other inaccuracies. Let's look. Look at this one. The balance on TransUnion for this Merrick Bank account is 0. Look at that. The balance on Equifax is $914. Wasn't that one of our? Yeah, look, there we go. Reporting inconsistent balances across bureaus. Right there. There it is. It's reporting inconsistent balances across bureaus. That would be another one of our reasons that we can say that the account is inaccurate. Okay. What else can we come up with? Oh, date of last activity. So check this out. This account shows that September 1st, 2021 was the date of last activity. Well, let's double check that. The day of last activity would basically be the date that the account first went into a delinquent status. So it would be the first day that we got a 30-day past due notice. So September 21st. We already see here it says June 22nd, 2021. That's an inaccuracy right there. The day of last activity cannot be June 22nd, 2021. Or, I mean, it can't be both that and September. So let's go back and let's take a look. Look at this, guys. 2 inaccuracies. It shows right here that August 2021 was paid on time. There isn't even a 30-day past due. It's paid on time. How did it go right into 60 days in September? It was paid on time. That's an inaccuracy. And the first day of delinquency would technically not be, it wouldn't be September. It would have to be August. So even when we're looking at this should be August. This should be August. These are both wrong. So date of last activity is wrong. The balance is completely wrong. The repeated charge-offs are completely wrong. We already have 3 different reasons that we can dispute. Let's see if we have any more. Date of first delinquency, we have that. Reporting inconsistent balances, we have that. And then repeated. So we already have 3 different things that we can dispute, right? All right. So you would pull up your credit report from annualcreditreport.com. You would look at your charged off account and you would look at one of these common reasons. Of course, after you ask them to investigate, reinvestigate, they tell you it's all good. And then we hit them with this one right here. So I'm going to give you an example of what to say for repeated charge off, because you'll probably see this one a lot. All right, so this is the round 3, disputing factual information. So this account was charged off on the following date. So remember the charge off date that we had, it was September 2021, right? Since then, the account has repeatedly been updated as charged off every month. This is an update in the payment history. A charged off account should not include an active payment history. This inaccurate information falsely manipulates the statute of limitations. You failed to investigate this account properly, and your neglect has violated my rights. I am demanding a deletion of the following account. And then you would put your account name, your account number. You would want to send a copy of your driver's license. I always send a copy of my social security card and proof of address. I recommend that you do the same. So factual disputes, if you saw this example, the dispute should be no longer than 3 sentences. Just identify what the account is, explain what's wrong, and the desired outcome. So, I mean, that's simply what we're going to do. We're just going to identify the account, explain what's wrong and what we want. Because you have to understand, we already asked them twice to do their job. Now we use the law. Look, I asked you twice to do something. I followed the process of reinvestigation. You didn't do it. And now that you didn't do it, I'm going to tell you what's wrong. Now, keep in mind, the credit bureaus have the option of either doing 1, updating the account, or 2, they can delete it. So they do have the option to update. So here's the thing. What happens when we get to round 4 and they decide that they just want to update the account? We pick a different reason. So for this example, I just showed if there was a double jeopardy, right? So if there were 2 accounts that, because this is probably the next most common reason. I don't have an example of it to show you, but let's say that this account with Merrick Bank had a charge off with a 0 balance for TransUnion and for Equifax, but now I have a collection account of the same amount. I would send this. So the following accounts are claiming to both own the same debt with a balance. As you know, this is not possible and also a violation of my rights. Because of this, both accounts need to be removed from my credit report immediately. due to not properly validating the information in which a company has passed to you. Please delete immediately. When the requested above deletions are made, please mail me an updated copy of my credit report. You list account 1 and you list account 2. So in my experience, going back to, our most common charge-off inaccuracies, it's usually going to be one of these. And again, the credit bureaus don't necessarily have to delete it. They can update it. But what happens is when you start with one inaccuracy and then you mention another inaccuracy and then you mention another inaccuracy, you may get to like round 5. And by then they're going to delete it because you have to keep reminding them that they're neglecting to do their job, and you can point it out. You have to stay on top of it. Before I show you how to submit this with the CFPB, a couple other things I want to actually go over. First thing, you don't have to wait 30 days in order to respond back to the credit bureaus. Here's the problem. If you wait 30 days and they already responded to you, it's going to start this process over again, and you'll have to start with round 1. So I'm going to tell you what I do. And this is something where, again, like it isn't like a process where it's not a process where it's like clean cut. It's different for everybody, right? But what I do is I get alerts from, I have the Experian app on my phone. I have Credit Karma on my phone for TransUnion to get updates with that. And then I also have an Equifax account. Credit Karma is free. The Equifax account is free. TransUnion is free unless you want all 3 credit bureaus. If you sign up for TransUnion, whenever you have a dispute, they'll tell you when they responded and when that dispute gets closed. When you are disputing with the CFPB, they won't tell you. The CFPB complaint can be open for 60 days. So they'll take their time to close it so that you have to start from round 1. So I'm going to give you an example. If I were disputing this account with Merrick Bank right now, in about probably a week or 10 days, TransUnion Equifax will come back and say, oh, it's verified. You know how I know? I get an alert on Credit Karma for TransUnion, or I can go to Equifax.com and I can see there that they're going to close the dispute. Just sign up for an account. If you want, I have another link where you can sign up to get your free FICO 8 scores. If you follow that video, it shows you the exact same steps of how to create the account so that you have it and they're free. I get an alert within 5, 6, 7 days showing the complaint is closed. It won't show it on the CFPB, but it'll show it there. So if in 10 days, let's say that was round 1 and they say, oh, it's verified, Steven, we made sure it's all good. I go right to the CFPB, and what do? I go right to round 2 and I say, I'm in disagreement. They say, okay, you see a new dispute start. You can go into the Equifax website. You'll see the dispute. You can go into Experian. Experian will literally send you an alert when that new dispute is active again, and then when it's closed. And then you could do the same thing with Credit Karma for TransUnion. And they'll actually show you an update and update you when a dispute has been closed. But you have to keep up with that. You have to, and I think TransUnion's the hardest one. They're the hardest one. They make it hard on purpose. Like they purposely make it very hard to tell if a dispute has been closed or not. So you got to stay on top of it. So you can actually get through 4 rounds within a month and a half, realistically. Round 1, investigation. Round 2, reinvestigation. Round 3, here's my actual facts that I'm disputing with. Let's say that they come back and they say, oh, we updated the account. It's either going to be updated or deleted at that point. They can't verify it, but I mean, if it's actual information where it's not accurate, they'll probably either update it or delete it. Then you come back with your second one, or your second reason. This is like round 4, right? You can do this like every time they respond. You have to pay attention to it, but you can do it every time they respond. It's easy. You just keep doing it until you get like probably like around some of this stuff will come off on round 2, some will come off around 3, 4, 5, and then you just keep going with all of your reasons. And that's why you can't just say that the account is fraud. Why? Because charge-offs are always with the original creditor. They have all the information. They can verify it. They have it. So you can't just say that simply. That's not going to work. It may work sometimes, but doesn't always work. You can't just say that. You can't say that this account isn't mine. They can verify it, which is why for charge-offs, we have to go through this lengthy process. Now, in my opinion, doing it through the CFPB, making sure that you respond and not letting them wait you out to have to restart the process, respond within 15 days, you're going to see results a lot faster. And this is the method that I actually acquired from different people, from my own findings that I've had the most success with. Now, it didn't all happen at one time because a lot of the time I spent learning this stuff. But for you, I'm giving you all the information up front. So now, again, this is one example, but your account could look totally different. And I didn't hit every single reason why, but you're going to have to interpret that reason for yourself. If you have an account and you notice, oh, that's double jeopardy. Oh, that's repeated. Oh, that's something. If you just show them 2 different credit bureaus, Equifax and TransUnion, and there's inconsistencies between those 2, you can have them look at two reports and you can say, hey, if this report is coming from the same data furnisher as this report and they're not exactly the same, they're inaccurate. So that's why I'm like, you have to interpret it. You have to go actively look out and find out what's wrong. There is no general one letter, one thing that can just solve this issue. Okay. Again, that's the reason why I took so long to make this video, because it's not a one size fits all like the rest of them. It's literally tailor made to you and your profile. The next thing I'm going to show you before we end this video, I want to show you how to process this, or how I do it through the CFPB website. All right, so you're going to go to CFPB, and you can Google this, or consumerfinance.gov. And as you guys know, if you don't have an account, you have to create one. But we're going to start by going to submit a complaint. Click on that, scroll down, and start new complaint. All right, so if you don't have an account, sign up for an account, verify your email. Okay, once you're logged in, you're going to go to start new complaint. We're going to click on that. We're going to go to improper use of credit report, and reporting company used your credit report improperly. And have you already tried to fix this problem with the company? Always yes. Did you request information from the company? Yes. Did the company provide this information? No. And we're going to go next. So what happened? Again, guys, from the letter or from the example that I gave you, we could enter round 1 information. We could enter round 2 information. Let's go and let me do one of the round 3s. Let's do the charge off account. All right, cool. So you're going to go here and you're going to put in your information. This account was charged off on the following date. Since then, I have been repeatedly, exactly what we went over. So you're going to put what happened, what account it involves, the inaccuracy, and what you want done. And then you're just going to put the same information here, but here you can add, I am demanding a deletion of the following account name, account number, same information here. You could just copy this part because that's the outcome that you're looking for. And then you attach your documents. Remember I said you would attach your ID, your driver's license. I would attach your social security card. I would attach a proof of residence, so like a utility bill or something of that nature. And then a screenshot of the inaccuracy. And if you requested a report from annualcreditreport.com and they mailed you one, because again, sometimes TransUnion does this where they won't allow you to get the report, you can have it mailed to you, and then you can take a picture of it and then add that here showing what the problem is. And this is going to be like, this is for a factual dispute, what I'm showing you now. But prior to this, you'll do a round 1, you'll do a round 2. And then you're going to enter the company's name. We're looking at Experian. And you could do Experian Credit Reporting Agency. You're going to enter all this information just like we have done before. You're going to enter your date of birth, your name as it appears on your credit report, however that appears, whether it's first name, middle name, last name, or first name and last name. Did you want to complain about another company? If you want, you can actually just go ahead and just throw that on here. You can add TransUnion. Now remember, you only want to complain about the company that actually has the account. So if the account doesn't report to Experian, but it reports to TransUnion and Equifax, just do TransUnion and Equifax. If the company just reports one credit bureau, just do one. Yes, I already tried to fix the problem. Did you request information? Yes. Did the company provide the information? No. And then you're going to enter again. This is all the same information. If you've watched any prior videos, we've done this step before, but anybody new, we're going to do this for you guys because you may not know. And then do you want to complain about another company? Yes. I want to complain about, I did Experian, TransUnion. I want to complain about Equifax. Let's see. Equifax Information Services. All right. Have you already tried to fix the problem? Yes, we have. Did you request information from the company? Yes, I did. Did the company provide the information? No, they did not. And then same thing, so on and so forth. So when you're done, you should have all the credit bureaus here that you are trying to dispute that charge off with. Then we're going to hit next and go to the next page. You're always going to click myself. There are actually, I never mentioned this, but there are actually laws out there that when you have someone else file a complaint or a dispute on your behalf, the credit bureaus have the right to throw that out as frivolous. So that's one of the stall tactics that they use. So whenever you're doing this, you always fill it out as myself. And just so you know, when you're disputing these things, the reason why we always do one reason at a time and we don't list them all at one time is because you can only dispute an account for the same reason one time. So if you go, charge off repeatedly, and let's say now the credit bureaus update the information so it's accurate, and then you go, oh yeah, but my date of last status is not right, and they update that information. You can't go back and then try to use the same one again, even if they didn't update it. It's going to be seen as frivolous. So you'll want to use one at a time until eventually they delete it. And from my experience, eventually they do. You have to be patient. You have to be diligent. And again, when you file the CFPB report, the CFPB report will not update as fast as the credit bureaus respond. They will let they'll let the complaint stay open, even though it's already been completed. So you're gonna have to make sure to check with Experian, get the notifications. They'll tell you once they're done disputing. With Equifax, they'll tell you when they're done. They always do. And then with TransUnion, which is I think the hardest one, TransUnion won't always say when they're done. You have to just kind of check up on them. Credit Karma can sometimes be good for that, because what'll happen is the account will update and it'll say like consumer dispute resolved. Sometimes they don't even update that, which is a violation, but it's very low on the totem pole. It doesn't always work if you dispute that reason, like they didn't update the comment and said that that this account is no longer in dispute. It happens though. But you'll want to make sure to watch that, because again, if they respond within 7 days, in 7 days, you could send the next round the same day. And so this doesn't have to take you 4 or 5 months. This could take you 4 or 5 weeks, less than that. It just depends on how fast they respond. So just bear that in mind. So who are you submitting this complaint for? You always choose myself. Now, once I click this, it's going to show some personal information. So like always, I'm going to click it and then I'm going to cut to the next step. All right. So once you get all the way down to the bottom, you're just going to hit the review option in step 5. So we're going to click on review. And then once you hit the review option, you're gonna review the complaint, make sure all the information is good, you haven't missed anything. And I'm just gonna scroll to the bottom here. All right, so I cut to the bottom. You're gonna hit the I authorized and the information given is true, and then you're gonna submit the complaint. Now I won't submit this complaint because this is just an example. But yeah, those are the steps that I took to remove all charge-offs from my account. For this video, guys, if it seemed convoluted, if it wasn't really comprehensive, I apologize. I'm so sorry. I tried to organize it the best I can, because when it comes to charge-offs, it's so much information that there is in order to get rid of it. It's not really like one thing that you could do like all the other videos that I've made. So for this one, again, if it's very convoluted, I'm sorry. I recommend just going back and rewinding it if you want to take notes, and then maybe Google some of the stuff that I was saying, just to maybe get a clear depiction of what I was trying to get at. Watch some other videos in conjunction with this video, and then, come to your own conclusion to see what it is that you could do. These are all just strategies, and these are methods, and we're just sharing information. If you have more information, put it in the comments. If you've done some of this and it has worked for you, please, I would love to put that in the comments. If you want any other videos in regards to credit, please put it in the comments too and let me know. I'm getting to the end of credit repair. I may have like maybe 4 other videos in me left in regards to repairing credit, and then I'm going to be moving on to something else. For this channel, credit repair, I feel like, is the foundation of a lot of the things that I'm going to discuss, but it isn't the only thing that I'm going to have on this channel. I'm going to probably show you how to make money online. I do a lot of stuff to make money online. Currently, I'm self-employed. I make money on my own, so I could show you how to do that. I want to talk about investing, stocks, things of that nature. So, we're going to be moving on here, but I do know that before you do anything, welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. On this channel, we discuss business strategies and financial tips. I've helped over 250 people remove collections, charge-offs, derogatory remarks, late payments from their credit report. Today, we're going to be discussing charge-offs once again, but we're going to be taking a look at a different common inaccuracy that we can use to get them removed, also using Identity IQ. So join me on the computer, and I'm going to show you step by step how we can remove a charge-off with common inaccuracies and Identity IQ. Now, before we begin, there have been a lot of emails that I've gotten and comments about people who have successfully been able to remove charge-offs from their account. I just wanted to take a moment and congratulate you guys. I know that following the process is not the easiest thing to do, but I am very proud of your success. And there's no need for you guys to thank me. I want to actually thank you, because you're the one who did this for yourself, and you've just given me the boost that I need to continue to make these videos, because I see that they're working and I see that they're making a difference. So thank you. I appreciate that. For other people who are still trying to remove charge-offs, This is going to be for you. And in this video, I want to go over one of the other common inaccuracies. With my original video, I did the charge off repeat method because that's the number one inaccuracy I notice on reports, and it's the easiest way to remove a charge off. In this one, I'm going to be using the method of the credit bureaus having inconsistent information. So we're going to actually set one report next to another report showing that they're not the same. And if the report is not the same, if it's not the same information, it is inaccurate. If I put these reports next to each other and they're coming from the same data furnisher, they should be the exact same. Now, what that will do is cause the credit bureaus to either update or delete the information. But this is also another one that I've seen a lot of success with. The accounts that I'm going to be using are actually accounts that I've been working on, and I just want to be able to use real examples. In the future, if you would like, because I personally do not do credit repair services. I do not. This is just for educational purposes. If the people who have contacted me for a one-on-one coaching, you know who you are. If you guys would be okay with me using your actual credit reports as an example, where if we're working on something and you get a deletion, if you would be okay with me using that as an example to show people, please email me and let me know. That way, or if you do a one-on-one coaching in the future and you're okay with me using your information as an example to show people some of the successes that we've had, that would be greatly appreciated, because every scenario I can't recreate with my own credit profile. Some of the scenarios I would have to actually show them. So if it's like a repossession, or if it's like a particular credit card or an installment loan that I've never had, but we got it removed, I would love to be able to show those to other people and show them how we did it. And in the future, I think I'm going to continue to make one video per week about each common inaccuracy to remove a charge off and show you guys step by step, because I want to see more successes and I want you guys to be able to get the funding that you need. And then you can start looking at my other videos about business credit and other things. And I want you to be able to benefit from that as well. So please let me know through email, because in the comments, I'm not going to respond to that per se, but in the email, or if you do the one-on-one coaching, please let me know. Now, with that being said, let's get started. So this is going to be how to remove charge-offs. And in this method, we're going to be using Identity IQ. Excuse me. I know in the past, I've shown you how to use annual credit report, which is to me the most accurate, and you could get the best information from. You can also use Experian. I like that because it gives you all three, and it gives you all your FICO scores, which is good to have. But for Identity IQ, I like using it for one method, and that's when we're trying to compare each credit bureau to the other. So for example, some of you will notice that you're getting charge-offs removed, and they're coming off of, like, let's say Equifax, but then they're still on TransUnion and Experian. Well, once that is off of Equifax, we can then use this in a dispute where we can say, hey, this information here with TransUnion and Experian is different, and Equifax doesn't report it at all. And these are all coming from the same data furnisher. If they're coming from the same data furnisher, why is the information inconsistent? That's another inaccuracy that we can use to get removal. So that's what we're going to be talking about. And this is just a brief why Identity IQ works. It's 3 bureau credit monitoring alerts you of changes on your credit report from all 3 bureaus: Experian, Equifax, and TransUnion. All 3 reports are in one place to identify the mistakes. Now, there are some drawbacks to Identity IQ, which I'm going to mention, and that's the reason why I only use Identity IQ for this one particular inaccuracy method, and I don't use it for the other. It's good for monitoring your account, but other than that, if we're not doing this type of disputing, I don't really use it that often. And we're going to go over our dispute flow, because some people still have questions about that. If it seems like it's redundant, I'm sorry. There's going to be timestamps at the bottom. I ask that you use them. As our channel continues to grow, we just want to bear in mind that some people are hearing this for the very first time. So our dispute flow is step one. We're going to send an investigation complaint. We never send a factual dispute until after you have asked for a procedural investigation. And we've talked about this. If we look at the FCRA, it tells us that we can ask for a deletion after a reinvestigation, which means we have to have a procedural investigation. Then we have to have a reinvestigation. After that, we can start hitting them with factual disputes to get our deletions. So step two, we send a reinvestigation and a follow-up complaint. And step three is a factual dispute. And for today, we're going to be reporting inconsistent balances across 3 bureaus. Not just balances, but it's going to be inconsistent information. We're going to go over a few different ones. Now, if you're new to this channel, I don't do letters. You can do letters. You can take this same exact concept and put it in the form of a letter. I go through the CFPB and I simply do complaints. And that's all that we're going to be doing. If this is your first time, I'm going to walk you through those steps. I'm going to try to give as much information as I can. My videos are normally very long. That's really bad for the YouTube algorithm, but I don't like when people just give bits of information to have you watch multiple videos. I'm going to try to give you as much as I can in one video, so bear with me. So this again is round one. Round one, we're going to send this in a CFPB complaint. We're going to say, recently, I looked at a copy of my credit report and noticed several inaccuracies on my account. This account is hurting my ability to obtain credit. It's my understanding that, and TransUnion was the example here, but you can literally copy and put whatever credit bureau that you want, or you could put just, it's my understanding that that credit bureaus, if you're sending it to more than one and you're not trying to, just use one, will investigate this account for me to ensure accuracy. Here is the account that I am asking you to verify as accurate. Then you enter the account name and the account number. Now, the 2 accounts that I'm going to be looking at, I actually already did round 1. I already did round 2, and I actually have done a round 3. This is actually going to be my round 4 complaint. And when this account gets deleted, because it will, I'm going to update you guys showing the deletion of probably these 2 accounts. So round 2, I disagree with the account listed below, which still appears on my credit report, even after your investigation. I would like this item immediately reinvestigated. The inaccuracies are highly injurious to my credit score, the account name, account number again, in accordance with the Fair Credit Reporting Act, the public law, the title, the section, the subsection. Please provide the names and business addresses of each individual with whom you verify the above so that I may follow up. Please send an updated copy of my credit report after your reinvestigation. What's cool about this is I've seen some people contact me with deletions just off of the round 2, asking for reinvestigation and asking for them to actually send verifiable proof. That is pretty awesome. I've seen that too. So congratulations to you guys where this has worked. Now, again, I've already done round 1 and round 2. I've done a round 3. This is going to be my round 4 that I'm going to send. So I'm thinking in this round, I'm going to get some deletions. So I'm very looking forward to that so I can give you guys these results in the next 2 or 3 weeks. So round 3, this is what we're going to be using for today. This account was charged off on the following date. Since then, the date of last activity has been inconsistently updated. On Experian, the date of last activity is the month and the year. And on TransUnion, it's month and the year. If the information is coming from the original creditor, the dates should be the same. We cannot say these accounts are 100% accurate, so it is deemed inaccurate. Please delete these accounts from my report. Okay. We're going to be this same template. You guys should already have it by now. If not, then you can screenshot this, copy it, whatever you have to do. If you have the ultimate credit repair guide, you have this and a bunch of different types of templates. So if you want to just have a bunch of different templates to have things to dispute with, you can also get the Ultimate Credit Repair Guide from successwithstevensmith.com. If not, these work perfectly fine. You don't need multiple. You can use these same ones. Now, before we actually go to Identity IQ, I want to go back and show you the most common charge-off inaccuracies. The one I did in the previous charge-off video was showing repeating charge-off every single month. I also gave you an example of what that looks like. Every time your account updates, the statute of limitations is extended, and every update makes the account look newer, and re-aging the account is illegal. Now, today we're going to be looking at the reporting inconsistent balances across bureaus and possibly data first delinquency. So we're going to be looking for things that don't exactly align, right? We're going to be looking for things that aren't the same but should be the same across all three bureaus if the information is coming from the same place. If the information is 100% accurate and coming from the same place, it should always be the same. So let's get to Identity IQ and we'll take a look right now. All right, so I have the report pulled up on Identity IQ. This last update was done on January 27th, and I haven't refreshed it yet because the information is still the same. So there's no need for me to pay for another report if nothing has changed between the information. Now, if we're looking at this account, I hope you guys can see exactly what's wrong. So if you're looking at the date of last activity, on TransUnion, the date of last activity for this account with Open Sky is December 28th, 2021. But then on Equifax, the date of last activity is October 1st, 2021. That's an inaccuracy. That's not right. Then we have the date of last payment. It's August 15th, 2021. But then it's October 1st, 2021 on Equifax. That's impossible. It can't be the same. So there's a couple of different inaccuracies here that we can actually use. If we look at Equifax down here, it shows charge off, charge off, charge off, charge off. It's repeating charge off. This is the first reason that I actually used, but it didn't work. It got updated. So we're going to go to the very next one. Now, I'm going to do date of last activity because this one shows December 28th, 2021, and this one shows October 1st. Reason why that's inaccurate, the date of last activity determines when this account comes off of our credit report. So 7 years from now, or when it's supposed to come off, this one would come off December 28th of 7 years. This one would come off October of 7 years later from when it was supposed to come off. That's not right. That's inaccurate. These should both be coming off at the exact same time. And if both of them are different, we can't say either of them are accurate. So they're both inaccurate. So what we would do is we would screenshot this. And let me see. Shift Command 3. So Shift Command 3 on a Mac will screenshot. I have the screenshot over here in the corner. It's probably going to be covered by me because I'm probably going to put myself in the corner. But it's going to be there. All right. I just took a screenshot. I can now show the inconsistent amounts here. And this is what you're going to do with your credit report. And again, if you guys like this information, what I'll do is make videos like this maybe once a week and show you different types of accounts with different types of inaccuracies that we can use and that we can, exploit for inaccuracies to get these deletions. Let's scroll down a little bit because we'll also be looking at this Merrick Bank account. I'm going to show you an example of why you can't always trust Identity IQ. So if you look at Merrick Bank on Equifax, it was last reported October 22nd, but do you see how at the bottom, the 2-year payment history shows okay, 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 okay? It shouldn't say okay. It shouldn't say anything. If it says okay, and I check annualcreditreport.com, it should actually say charge off repeatedly. So it's not showing it here, but then it's showing it here for Equifax. So that's also an inaccuracy There shouldn't be any updates on a charge off. Once an account is charged off, it has no activity from the charge off date. So for Merrick Bank, it was last reported. It says March 21st, 2022, but then this one says January 1st, 2024. That's inaccurate. The last reported date, it should be the same. Really, it shouldn't have, the last reported date shouldn't even be 2024. It should be the date that the account was actually charged off. So that's another inaccuracy here. Date of last activity, date of last payment, completely different. So you guys could come here and just pick whichever one that you want to use. And we're going to go Shift Command 3. We're going to screenshot that one as well. And again, if you guys want, I want to get some more examples of this, like repossessions and other types of accounts, so I can make more videos with different examples. So after you've gone to Identity IQ and you found which inaccuracy you want to use. So let's say we're on round 4 now. Maybe you tried the charge off repeating and they updated the account. No problem. You guys updated that. I'm on round 4. What I'm going to do is look at something like this. I'm going to screenshot it and I'm going to say, hey, well, it got deleted from Experian. TransUnion and Equifax still have it. And this information is not right. I'm going to pick one of them because you can only dispute one attribute, because we have to come back and use another attribute later. Don't put multiple attributes. You got to think of this as ammunition. If they update one thing, you need something else. Don't use more than one so they can make multiple changes. We're just going to use one. So pick the one. So for this one, let's use the date of last activity. It's June 22nd, 2021, and it's September 1st, 2021. So now we're going to go over to the CFPB site and we're going to start on this as if it's round 4. You guys should already have the round 1 information and you should already know how to dispute round 1. If you don't know how to start with round 1, you can go to my first charge off video or simply follow these steps, but just copy the round 1 template and follow the same steps. All right. So now we're going to go over to the CFPB website. The CFPB is the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. As some of you may know, if this is your first time, this is what the site looks like. You're going to go to submit a complaint. Once you hit that, you're going to scroll down, start a new complaint. If you don't have an account with the CFPB, then you can sign up. So if you have one, click on already submitted a complaint or created your account. If not, take a moment, sign up here, fill in all your information, your first name, last name, email, phone number, and create a password. Once you do that or sign in, we'll go to the next step. For full transparency, I want you guys to actually see when I started this complaint so you can actually have a timeline of how long it takes on average to delete a charge off. So if you guys look here, February 13th, 2024 is when I started. I said recently, I looked at a copy of my credit report and noticed several inaccuracies on my account. This account is hurting my ability to obtain credit. It's my understanding that Equifax will investigate this account for me to ensure accuracy. Here is the account I am asking you to verify as accurate. All I did was put the account name, the account number. I attached a copy of my ID, my social, and proof of address. That's it. I submitted on February 13th, 2024. And then I'm going to show you how long it took for them to respond. Now, as you guys can see, on February 22nd, 2024, I submitted my second dispute, round 2. It only took 8 days. I disagree with the account listed below, which still appears on my credit report even after your investigation. I would like this item immediately re-investigated. Same exact thing that we talked about. ID, copy of social, proof of address. That's it. All right. So 8 days later, round 2. Okay. So after the 22nd of February, looks like I responded with my first factual dispute on March the 3rd. Today is currently the 17th. Okay. So it says, and it looks like, I'm sorry, I didn't use repeated charge off. I used a different reason. I used my first factual dispute. It says, this account was opened on the following date, January 2018. There are no on-time payments from January 2018 to February 2020. This is an accurate payment history reporting. I should have an active payment history from January 2018 to February 2020. This inaccurate information falsely manipulates my credit worthiness, and it's hurting my ability to obtain credit. Equifax failed to investigate this account properly after I repeatedly asked to have the account updated. Your neglect has once again violated my consumer rights. I am demanding a deletion of the following account name, account number. And here I put a screenshot, and I believe it was from annualcreditreport.com, because that's the thing about Experian. Even though it shows you a good credit report, it doesn't show you all the time. So this account was opened in January of 2018, but I didn't have any on-time payments actually report until February of 2020. So I disputed that. When I disputed that, they went back and updated the information, which actually raised my score because it showed more on-time payments. So they didn't have to delete it, they updated it. Now, this is me going again in round 4, and I believe they responded on March 15th. So it's been I guess it was in total for them to respond. It was 12 days for them to respond. Okay. So we started February, was it 15th? I'm sorry. Or February. Yeah. Right around there. And then, February 24th is when they responded again, round 2, round 3, March 3rd. We're on round 4. So it's taken, it's about a month now, 4 weeks. And now this is where I usually start seeing good results, and I start seeing deletions come. So now we're going to do our round 4. So we're going to go up here to start a new complaint. All right, now on this step, we're going to go to problem with the company's investigation into an existing problem, because we're capitalizing on what we've already done. This is the same. These are the same investigations that started 4 weeks ago. So their investigation did not fix an error on my report. Have you already tried to fix the problem with the company? Yes. Did you request information from the company? We did. Did the company provide the information? We're going to say no, and then we hit next. Now, what happened? We have to describe what happened, and we're going to basically include the template that I started. All right, the information is filled in, so it's the account was charged off on whatever date that your account was charged off. Since then, the date of last activity has been inconsistently updated. On Equifax, the date of last activity is October 2021, and on TransUnion, it is December 28th, 2021. If the information is coming from the original creditor, the date should be the same. We cannot say these accounts are 100% accurate, so it is deemed inaccurate. Please delete this from my credit report. Perfect. And then it's going to ask you what would be a fair resolution. So for fair resolution, please delete this information from my credit report. And the one thing that I am missing here, I need to just add the account name and the account number. All right. And one thing I noticed on Identity IQ, instead of putting X's, they put asterisks. So just be aware of that when you're getting the account number, but usually it has the numbers at the front and the X's on the back. It could be different depending on the account that you have, but just make sure that you're taking a look at maybe 2 different reports. Whatever's on annualcreditreport.com, I would take that one. Just make sure you have the correct account number. So once we have the information put in about what happened and fair resolution, we attach our documents. Again, that's going to be a copy of your ID, a copy of your social security card or a second form of ID. You're going to have a screenshot that you took, or that the screenshot maybe from your computer, but you want to just show both accounts. Now, if you don't have Identity IQ, you can also just put a screenshot of both from different credit reports. Like you can go to annualcreditreport.com, screenshot the one from TransUnion, screenshot the one from Equifax or Experian or whatever, and you just make the comparison there. It's just nice. The Identity IQ puts them side by side, but technically you can do this with any reporting or monitoring credit service, just as long as you can get both, screenshot them. You're going to add that as a file here. Again, ID, second form of ID or social security card number, that picture, your proof of address, and then a screenshot of the accounts, either on Identity IQ with both or separately from another service. It doesn't matter as long as you can show the inconsistency. And then we're going to go next. So when it asks what company are you complaining about, at this point, you can, when I did the complaint, it said Equifax, but you can generalize it to where it says, whichever credit bureau that you need. But today, because I'm talking about Equifax and TransUnion, it actually applies to both. So I could actually go to Equifax Information Services and I can add TransUnion on as well, right? It doesn't really matter because I'm talking about them both. This one complaint technically applies to both bureaus. So let's just fill out the information. It's going to ask for you to enter your social security information here, your date of birth, and I'm just going to hurry up and fill this out really quick. And then it's going to ask you to complain, to first of all, put the name that's on your credit report. You want to put the full name that is on your report. And then it's going to say, do you want to complain about another company? So yes, now we can add the other company. And let's say that you had all three. At this point, you can add all three, and that way this same complaint will go to all three bureaus, but it will have a different complaint number attached to it. It will not be the same complaint number, okay? So you can technically do all of them at the same time. You would just say all of the credit bureaus in the report, and because we're comparing them, our complaint technically applies to all three, so we don't have to adjust it or anything like that. And I use all of these: TransUnion Credit Reporting Agency, or Intermediate Holdings, or I think there's one, TransUnion LLC Consumer Dispute Center. I've used them all. I don't think it makes a difference. If you want, you can use the Dispute Center. Have you already tried to fix this with the company? Yes. Did you request information? Yes. Did the company provide this information? No. And then same thing, you enter last four of the social, your name as it appears on the credit report, your date of birth. If you don't have any other companies to complain about, you just click no. If you do, then click Equifax or whoever else that you need to complain about going forward. All right, so whenever you're submitting the complaint, you always say myself. You're always going to say myself. After this screen, it's just a review, and then they're going to ask you to review the information. So you're just going to review the information. You're going to make sure that all the information is correct, and that anything you want to fix, misspellings, if you missed anything, if you didn't attach a file, that's going to be your chance to do it. When you're doing this, you don't want to make sure that you don't back out of the page, anything like that. You want to make sure that they're all loaded, and you'll get an email on each one. There'll be a separate complaint number for each one. Now, I'm going to keep you guys updated with these accounts, and I'm going to let you know if the accounts got deleted. Excuse me. So I'm hoping to get a response on these accounts, hopefully within like the next 2 weeks, so I can come back and update you. And then I'm going to try to find another example that we could use for next week or the next video, so you can see how we would handle another type of charge off, like maybe a repossession, like an auto one, maybe one for an installment loan, something of that nature. But we'll try to tackle different ones so that we have an idea of how we're supposed to actually complete these. And again, if you've done a one-on-one coaching and you wouldn't mind me using that information as an example, of course, I would omit any personal information off of there, but I would see if I could, use that so I can show different examples, so we can help more people, right? And again, I've seen a lot of successes. People have been, doing like great. I do think that charge offs are the main pain point, of course, because you have to continuously do this. But I do believe this is the fastest, easiest method in order to do it. You can respond right away. You see results much, much faster. And I, this is the way that I did it. And this is the way that I continue to do it. And I'm going to be as transparent as I can and give you all the same information that I have. Again, I'm very sorry for these videos being so long, but I try to be as thorough as I possibly can because I don't want to just give you bits and pieces. And trust me, it would work out better for my algorithm if I made shorter videos, because sometimes my videos don't get the impressions that they should because they're so long. So just know that when I make these videos long, I'm doing it because I want to be as thorough as possible, and I'm doing it because I want to help you guys out as much as I possibly can, regardless to if it helps me get more views or anything like that, because it just seems like longer videos don't get the same type of retention, or they don't get the same type of push. So please, if these videos are helpful, it helps me when you subscribe, and you comment. It does help me a lot, and it does make a difference, and it does show YouTube that these videos are useful to people, even though they are so long. If you guys have any questions, any concerns whatsoever, drop them in the comments below. You guys know I'm very good about responding to comments. I read everything. I try my best to make content based and curate it based on what you need, not based on what I think is going to work. I base it on what I think is best for the audience. So please drop your ideas, drop what you want to see. If there's anything else that I should cover, if I missed anything, if it's something you don't understand, let me know. I will answer it as soon as I possibly can, as thoroughly as I possibly can. I appreciate you guys for watching this video. Again, if this is the first time watching it, I haven't decided yet. I might clip up my other video for charge-offs and link it to this one, because I hate having people to jump off of videos to get the same information. But it does make my videos very, very long. So I don't know if I want to do that. But again, it's not about me. It's about you. So I need to do what's best for the people, not what's best for me or what's best for YouTube, because that doesn't matter. What's best for you is what's most important. So thank you so much. I appreciate all your support, and you guys have a wonderful day. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. On this channel, we discuss finance tips, business strategies, and everything about improving your financial literacy. Today is more of a victory lap, I really want to say, more than anything, because I don't think I could have planned this any better. Last week, I did a video that was my second video on removing charge-offs. I did one original video. My second video, I planned on showing the most common inaccuracies that you could use. And I planned on recording a video where I went through all common inaccuracies like once a week, so I can make different videos about removing different types of charge-offs. As you guys know, I only use real examples. I use examples from my own personal credit, and my Experian credit score, if you didn't know, was completely cleared. I think I completely cleaned up my Experian credit score around January of 2024. I am happy to say that today I had two charge-off accounts that were still on TransUnion and Equifax. We got them removed. They are completely deleted. I now have clean credit from all three credit bureaus. And you guys know I'm all about being transparent and documenting the process. I planned on literally disputing this over and over and over until I got it deleted, so you guys could see exactly how long it would take. So I'm going to show you exactly how long it took me to do a round 1 through 4 dispute and how I got these two charge-offs deleted. So we're going to start with the original complaints. So as you can see, this complaint was actually submitted on February 13th, 2024. And as you can see, this complaint was to TransUnion about a account with Open Sky. I submitted a copy of my ID, my social security card, and my proof of address. Exactly what I tell you guys all the time, exactly verbatim. Recently, I looked at a copy of my report, several inaccuracies. We never say which one it is. It's hurting my ability to obtain credit. And it's my understanding that TransUnion will investigate this. Same exact thing I always tell you guys. I submitted it through the CFPB, and that was it. So that's the one from TransUnion with Open Sky. As you can see here, same thing, February the 13th, 2024, same exact information. Recently, I looked at a copy of my credit report and noticed several inaccuracies on my account. This account is hurting my ability to attain credit. Same thing I always tell you guys to say, no different. This is about the Merrick Bank account number, ID, my social security card, proof of address. That's all I did. February 13th, both on the same day. And then I'm not going to show you guys every single one because, of course, it's going to be redundant. But I just wanted to show you the first ones again, February 13th, except for now you can see here it says Equifax. Same exact verbiage, same account, except for we're sending this to Equifax, same day, February 13th. And I pulled all this stuff up so you keep seeing that it's about the timeout because I wanted to make sure I could make this as easy, have everything in sequence for you guys to actually see how long this took. Same thing. Recently, I looked at a copy of my credit report and noticed several inaccuracies on my account. This account is hurting my ability to obtain credit. Same verbiage to Equifax, same account number for Merrick Bank, same attachments. Now, you can see here on the 22nd of February is when they finally responded back to me. So that took 9 days. It took 9 days for me to get a response back to the credit bureaus for me to send my round 2. All right. So now 9 days later, they responded to me. They responded through their website. I've been telling people this because I think this is the easiest way. If you sign up for an account with Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion online, it is free. They will send you an email to let you know when the dispute is over. That way, as soon as you get the email, you come back to the CFPB and you do the next complaint. You don't have to worry about your complaint being resolved through the CFPB. The CFPB, these accounts are already deleted, and all of these complaints I have with the CFPB will still be open until like May. Don't worry about the CFPB for monitoring it. You need to monitor it directly through the credit bureau's website or app. If there's not an app, save it to your home screen. That's what I did. And I got the notification through email. They said it was verified. I just went and submitted the next one. This is easy, guys. Now, so February 22nd, 2024, this is with, I believe, TransUnion. But it says, I disagree with the account listed below, which still appears on my credit report even after your investigation. I would like this item to be immediately reinvestigated. The inaccuracies are highly injurious to my credit score. Then I entered the account name, account number, and all the information. And same attachments, right? ID, social security card, proof of address. That's it. This is round 2. February 22nd, 9 days later. Same thing here. February 22nd, 9 days later. Merrick Bank again, except for this is with Equifax. Same exact thing. I didn't change a thing. Same exact thing I always tell you guys, right? And then right here, this is March 12th. Okay, so from March 12th to February 22nd, let's see how many days is that. So that's 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. For round 2, it took exactly 3 weeks for them to contact me. So it took them 21 days. It took them a while for the reinvestigation. So then in total, that's 30 days. So it's been from the time that I started February 13th. There's only 29 days in February. It was a leap year. This is March 12th. It took about a month for me to get to the third round. And that's where I submitted this. So the account was opened on the following date, submitted all the information. And to be honest, I think I may have missed something here. I think I missed something because I did 4 rounds. So I apologize. Somewhere in between here, I did have a round 3. So they did respond to me somewhere, because this right here, I believe, is actually round 4. Give me a second. I just want to verify that. I'm not going to pull it up because I don't want to waste you guys your time, of course, because I know you really want to see exactly how long it took in the process. But I just have to check when I released that video. It was 6 days ago. Okay, I released it on March the 18th. Okay. This actually was, I apologize, this was my round 3. I apologize. This was round 3. March 12th was round 3. Round 3 took 30 days to get to. I gave them the first dispute reason on round 3. The day that I did my video on March the 18th, that was the day that I submitted the next round 4. I already did it, but then I recorded the video. Okay, so this was round 3 on the 12th, and then I did round 4 on the 18th. Okay, so from the 18th to the 12th, that was 6 days. So in total, that's 36 days. And I believe I got a response about 3 or 4 days later. So in total, it took 40 days to get these charge-offs deleted. 40 days. So a month and 10 days, basically. And then this is this wasn't the last one, I believe. This was actually the round 3 ID, social security card. And then these were proof of address and then screenshot. So all the things that I told you guys to send in the video when I mentioned like using Identity IQ to compare more than one, you don't have to use Identity IQ. You can just print both reports or screenshot both reports, and you could just show them a comparison. Okay, so that was March 12th. And then this was March 12th for the Open Sky one, and you see same exact thing. Now, on March 18th, I believe, that's when we did round 4, and you guys should have the video for round 4. I got to double check that because, again, I pulled all of this stuff up. But let's just say, for all intents and purposes, it took 40 days in 4 rounds. That's the gist of what I want you to actually understand. It took 40 days, 4 rounds. So remember I was saying that if you sign up for all 3 accounts, then you can get notified via email with updates. This is the update that I got from TransUnion Consumer Relations, right? They sent me a secured message. You click on this, they're going to ask you to sign in, and it's going to be a place that you can go and look at all of your disputes. So I'm going to, I pre-pulled all this stuff up so that way it's easier for you guys. I don't have to sign in and take up too much time. But this is how it looks. See this? Dispute results. They just send you everything through here. And then I'm going to show you what the results were. So as you can see here from TransUnion, this is the results. And Merrick Bank deleted from TransUnion. And then I'm going to pull up the other one. And then here's the other one, Open Sky Capital Bank deleted. This is TransUnion. And then this is how the email looks from Equifax, the dispute center. You just download the results here, and then it was the same thing. There's no need to pull it back up again, but for some reason it happened at the same time. That doesn't always happen, but they deleted Equifax and TransUnion at the same time. Something about them must be related in some way, but they deleted them both. So those are the emails that you get. Easier way to keep up and monitor everything that's going on. And then I want to show you guys the final results here. So this is the final results. I do have an account with Experian, as you can see here, 759. This is the date, March 24th, 2024. I have been applying for some new accounts, so I have some hard inquiries that I do plan to remove. And as you can see it, because before it was like a low 800, now it's 759. I will say this, just keep in mind, there are credit cards that you could get that only pull from Experian. So the thing is, you don't have to have all 3 credit reports completely clean. You can get one clean and then start applying for all the cards that only pull from TransUnion, auto loans and things of that nature too. Some of them only pull from just Experian. In fact, I would say probably like 75% of the good ones that you want only pull from only pull from Experian. They only pull from Experian. 75% of them only pull from Experian. And then I would say that there's a good amount that pull from TransUnion as well. Equifax is like the lightest. It's not that Equifax is that's why it's the one I'm least worried about. So if you could at least get Experian and TransUnion clean, you could do a lot. You could do a lot with just those two. So, just keep that focus on, if you could just get one of them taken care of, you could start making some moves with just one of them. So whichever one is the one that's, I guess, seeing the most removals, maybe even do some research, or I'll make some videos about, like, let's say cards that only pull from TransUnion, auto loans that only pull from TransUnion, whatever that only pulls from TransUnion that maybe you're interested in, or whatever pulls from just Experian, or whatever pulls from just Equifax. That way, whichever one you're kind of having more success with, you can kind of start leaning into that one a little bit more and start getting some stuff done. So Experian, 759. TransUnion. So TransUnion, 750, as you can see, increased by 55 points once I remove those 2 charge-offs. And that's as of March 21st. And then for some reason, Equifax got delayed. Like, it didn't update at the same time as these. But remember, I said you can, Experian, if you download the account, you can get a free Experian score. If you download the account from My FICO, then you could get a free Equifax score. And then for TransUnion, you have to have, like, I believe, a Barclays credit card, Bank of America credit card. I did a whole video on it, but TransUnion is the only one where you can't just get a FICO 8 score, or Discover. If you have a Discover card, then you can also see it there. TransUnion is the only one that I haven't seen where there's a free FICO 8. It used to be free for Discover, but then they stopped that and they made it to where it's only free if you have a Discover card. But that's the only one that you really, would have to figure out how you're going to get it. But for Equifax, and this is free, as you can see, 118. The very next day, if you go back to my TransUnion, it updated for this one. But for some reason, it took one more day for My FICO. But of course, this one just logged me out. I had everything pulled up again prior. But as you saw, Equifax went to a 740. And so I just wanted to be able to come back and really just dig into exactly what occurred, the process that I used, and that's it. Everything is cleaned up now. Everything is, I'm done. It seems surreal, like the fight is over. I thought it was like a guy had found a new fight, I guess. But I've seen a lot of comments. There's a lot of people having an equal amount of success. So I am very, very glad to be seeing that for everyone right now. And just keep the comments going, because other people can read them, and because some of them may have similar accounts. They may have similar questions. Keep the comments going. And so at this point, I got a lot of feedback for people who are looking to send me information on accounts so I can use them for demonstration purposes. So I'm going to continue doing that, and I'm going to continue doing example videos for charge-offs in the upcoming weeks. And then after I've done every example that I can possibly think of for charge-offs, I'm going to get back to my plan of continuing doing business credit videos. Actually, there was someone who asked me a question about that. I'm going to continue doing business credit videos when my business gets a business score. So I started a new business on March 1st. I was supposed to record the entire process. That day, I just had a bunch of different issues. I apologize. So I wasn't able to do it. That's why you haven't seen any more business credit videos from me, or how to structure your business. Once everything is done, I'm going to come back with a full report. I'm thinking it's going to be done probably around the beginning of April. So in the next maybe 2 weeks or so. And then I'll start doing more videos on business credit and things like that. I think I'm going to also be doing some videos on different credit cards that you can start getting, starter cards, fair credit cards, excellent credit cards, the benefits, what you should be looking at depending on where you are, and how they can benefit you specifically. If there's any other content that you would like other than credit repair, something that I can do, please let me know. I should have some other videos about early warning removal. Had great success with that. I want to make mention to that. Early warnings was great. I got all the stuff removed from my early warnings report. I was successfully able to get an account with Wells Fargo. I'm working on Chase right now, PNC. These are small business accounts, but I could have gotten the personal too. They were accounts I could not get before, but I am able to get now. So the early warnings video so far, from what I can see, was a success. I don't see any issues. As long as that one is good, I'll release the one with check systems. And then I think that's it, man. I think we're getting, I'm starting to actually feel like I'm becoming a resource because some of this information no one had. I have a new video that I recorded, how to remove all information from LexisNexis. Even better. Like this stuff, I haven't seen anybody else do that on YouTube. They'll show you how to freeze, how to opt out. I've never seen anybody show you how to remove it from check systems, from LexisNexis, from early warnings. And if you don't know these companies, then you're going to learn some really good information. So I think we're all done here. That wraps up everything that I wanted to make mention of. Thank you guys for the one-on-one coachings, have been great. Lots of positivity there, lots of good results. Keep booking those if you need them. If you don't and you have a quick question, leave it in the comments. Go to my website, www.successwithstevensmith.com. I answer inquiries there within reason. Of course, we're growing very, very quickly. And as we're growing, it's getting harder to keep up with the responses, but I am trying to do it as best as I can for you. So again, any inquiries, website, comments is probably going to be the best way to respond for me. And you guys have a wonderful day. Welcome back to Success with Steven. On this channel, we talk about business, finance tips, and everything financial literacy. Today, I'm making a video on something that I've got requested very frequently. It's how to remove repossessions from your credit report. And this is going to be, in my opinion, the most comprehensive step-by-step guide to removing repossessions that is currently on YouTube to date. And we're going to go through, not only are we going to go through step-by-step, we're going to actually go through the example where I recently removed two repossessions on one credit report. Currently, there's a third one that's still on there that is still on the report, but I'm going to take you through the entire process, exactly what we did step by step, and I'm going to give you verbiage and give you all the tools that you need to be able to do the same thing. So if you're not subscribed to this channel, please like and subscribe. Turn on your notification bell for new videos. I usually release 2 to 3 videos per week, and these are tips that you won't find anywhere else on YouTube, with step-by-step guide, real examples. Any information that I've given, you will see from previous videos. If this is your first time on my channel, everything that I do is things that I have done before and things that I can speak to because they're my own personal experiences or I've personally done them. So without further ado, let's get right into the video. So one thing that we're going to take a look at before we get into the step-by-step process, we're going to just talk about exactly what a repossession is. And this is just going to be for people who will have this question or concerns when it comes to identifying these types of accounts. And you also know, if you're new to my channel, if you're old, then you know I'm big on understanding information more than just telling you what to do. My biggest thing is I want you to be able to understand how these things work, be able to identify them and define them. And then I think that that really helps with the process of getting these things removed. So I want to first go over what is a repossession, because I've gone through a couple of comments where I talked about it, but I feel like this is the first time we're going to go over it in great detail. So a repossession occurs when a creditor takes possession of the collateral. Now, the collateral that people usually associate repossessions with is a car. Even though a repossession can happen on other types of items, it doesn't have to just be a car. So a repossession occurs when a creditor takes possession of the collateral, i.e., if you got a car, they take the car back, that you put up when taking out a loan. Here's how that works. Before a lender agrees to lend you money for a car purchase, you must agree to guarantee payment of the loan with the vehicle. That's the contract. The contract creates a lien in favor of the lender. The lien allows the lender to take the car, sell it, and apply the sales proceeds to the loan if you default on your payment. If the auction price isn't enough to pay off the loan, you'll still owe the remainder, called a deficiency balance. The lender releases the lien on the car after you pay the loan balance. So this is the reason why when you get a vehicle, you sign a contract and you do not have the title. The bank keeps the title, or the original lender keeps the title of the vehicle. They keep the title because they still own it until you pay it in full. That's what gives them the right to repossess the car. And that's the reason why a repossession can be any type of item where you're putting up the collateral and then they're able to take it back, which is the lien. All right. So just like when you hear a lien on a house, that's because something happened with the home where maybe you put it up for collateral, something of that nature. You weren't able to meet whatever contractual obligations that you promised. And now there is a lien on your home to take that home back, to take that property. Okay, so just keep that in mind, that that's the only identifying factor of a repossession, which is why you don't see credit cards as repossessions. Okay. Now, I want to talk about the difference between a repossession and a charge-off. Again, if you're familiar with this channel, then you would know on a lot of my videos, I've been talking about removing charge-offs because for collections, we know the results. We've seen them. People are getting the collections removed by watching my video on removing collections, on removing hard inquiries, on removing personal information. Those are very easy to take care of. But charge-offs are account specific. And some people didn't realize, but a repossession and a charge-off can be the same thing and not the same thing. And I'll explain. A charge-off is an accounting term. It's just a term. A charge-off simply means that the account has been removed from the company's books because no payment has been made in between 120 to 180 days, depending on the type of account. If you let a credit card go for 180 days, by federal law, it has to be charged off. For vehicles, it's 120 days. It has to be charged off because you have not made a payment. All right. Repossessions, as mentioned prior, is when collateral is taken back. And this can occur with property other than cars, such as furniture, jewelry, other personal property. Anything where you pledged to secure a loan can be repossessed as long as the lender follows the state laws. And then that can vary from state to state. Okay. And again, the federal law requires a lender to charge off a credit card debt when it is 180 days late. A car loan or installment loan must be charged off when it is 120 days late. So if you have a car where the car hasn't been paid on for 4 months, that car can be charged off right before it's repossessed. So you can have a charge off before you have a repossession on the vehicle. And then you can have a charge off and a repossession. I'll give you examples so that way you can see what I'm talking about. But you just want to keep in mind that the only difference between a repossession and a charge off is that they took the item back and then you didn't make any payments. Then they charged it off. And then we'll talk about what that looks like with the vehicle, because then you can identify this on your credit report if you're looking at a repossession. So then that would probably, in my opinion, beg the question, can a car loan be charged off without a repossession? So like I was saying, it's possible to charge off a loan without having the dealer repossessed or the lender repossess the car. So as stated earlier, car loans are supposed to be charged off if no payment has been made for 120 days. But unsecured debt like credit cards or medical accounts can stay on the books until they're 180 days old. Usually, a lender will repossess the collateral and sell it long before 120 days pass. So the thing is, for an example, you can have a car that got repossessed because you didn't pay for 90 days, for 3 months. A bank, lender, creditor, whoever gave you the loan to get the vehicle, they can then repossess the car. Now you have a repossession on your credit because you haven't paid it in 90 days. Then the lender can sell the car in auction. Whatever they get for the car, which will usually be very much less than what your loan is, they'll put that towards the loan, and then the remaining balance is now a charge off. So that's how we get a repossession that's been charged off. All right. So almost always the proceeds of the sale will not be enough to cover what's owed on the loan. Of course, it wouldn't make sense for them to repossess the vehicle. I'm sure in some special cases, maybe there was a situation where the car value was almost able to cover the remaining balance on the loan. And most lenders will need to charge off the remaining balance. Now, for charge offs like credit cards, most of the time, you've never seen me talk about challenging the balance. That's one key difference with repossessions. If they sold a car and it sold at auction for an amount and the charge off amount is different, you can dispute that and actually get it removed for inaccuracy. That's a side note, but that's just an example of when we can actually use the balance. You usually never see me do that on credit cards, but on repossessions, yes. So no law requires the lender to repossess the collateral before charging off the loan. So what we're saying is someone can come take your property, your vehicle, your motorcycle, your boat, whatever it is that, again, that's what the repossession is. They're taking back whatever the thing is that you were paying off. No law requires the lender to repossess the collateral before charging it off. So you can get a repossession before a charge off. And the lender can choose to do it the other way around or could choose not to repossess the car at all. So you can actually have a charged off car that hasn't been repossessed. That can happen. In those type of situations, because I'm sure that'll be a question, what I would challenge you to try to figure out is if you had a car that was charged off, but they didn't repossess it, how are you going to acquire the title for proof of ownership to sell that car or trade in that car? I mean, I guess you could just sell it to anybody, but without a title, it's going to be hard for them to get it registered or to do anything else to legally drive that vehicle. And then who knows what type of Grand Theft Auto they could put on that, because technically wouldn't it be stolen? That's just food for thought. I don't know the exact details because, again, I'm talking about very unique scenarios. There's a lot of different ways that this can go, and it just varies. But the point is that even if a car hasn't been seized and taken from you, doesn't mean that you still own it. And if that's the case, even if you get a charge off removed, a repossession that's been charged off, or a car auto loan that's been charged off, even if you get it deleted, that doesn't make that car yours. Just bear that in mind. So, again, the lender can choose to do it the other way around or could choose not to repossess the car at all. The lender might be forced to forego repossession if the car can't be located or if the car's value is less than it would cost to sell at auction. For instance, if the car was totaled in an accident, the lack of a repossession doesn't alter the need to charge off the loan or prevent the lender from selling the charge off loan to a debt buyer. So that's another good situation that we could talk about. Let's say you had an auto loan where the car got totaled out, so there wasn't a car to repossess, but they charged off your auto loan. In that situation, you'll see most of the time, the original lender will end up selling the debt to a debt buyer. Now, when they sell it to a debt buyer, we all know about the double jeopardy rule. At least if you've watched my videos, then you know. You can't have a charge off account and a collection account on the same credit report because that debt's been sold. So you can actually look at your credit report if you have a repossession. If you have a collection for the repossession, you can now get the charge off deleted, and then you can watch my collection video to remove that collection. Now they're both deleted. And I'm going to give you a scenario where I think the example that I have covers almost, I think, all of these topics and then some. Now, again, the need to charge off the loan or prevent the lender from selling the charge off loan to a debt buyer. Remember my other charge off video where I just talk about charge off like accounts in general? A debt buyer usually will purchase an auto loan that's been charged off because a debt buyer has the intention to sue. A collection agency buys small balances and they try to collect. They try to buy it for like pennies on the dollar and then try to collect for the full amount or a good amount that will be more than what they pay for it at the very least. A debt buyer buys a debt because the price is very high and they have the intention to sue you because they know that they'll have verifiable information to prove it. And they can be successful when that does happen, especially if, you don't show up to court. Now, that's something that I'm not going to go over because I am not an attorney. I'm not a financial advisor, and I don't handle anything legal. What I can say is you can Google this and look at examples of what happened, and then you can consult a lawyer when it comes to that information. But what I can say is the number one reason that people get sued is because they get served and never show up to court. If you don't go to court, you automatically lose. It's in favor of the plaintiff if you don't show up. That's it. You automatically lose. So if there's one thing that I can say, don't avoid it. Show up. Because you showing up, you're very likely to see, well, if you don't show up at all, it's already a given. It's just a matter of time. When your wages get garnished, then you'll just see it. Show up to court and consult an attorney and do some research. But I can't advise you on that. But it's just something to keep in mind because, if you do get this account deleted from a debt buyer, and you can Google all the most popular debt buyers. We all, if you're watching this and you have some, they're all the same. You'll know who they are. They don't always sue, but they usually buy debt with the intention of suing. That's the reason why they buy such large amounts. That's the intention. And of course, they know the consumer law, so they know, and they know a lot of people don't show up. So just keep that in mind when you're getting these removed. And I would say you can always weigh your pros and cons. For example, you can get an account deleted from your credit report. And then before anything happens, and this is only if they maybe are seeking legal action. I would only if they're seeking it. If they're not seeking it, I'm not going to do anything. But let's say that they were, or you maybe got the hint that it was coming. You can call them and try to negotiate for a lower price. So let's say that originally you had a car loan for $10,000 and they're willing to work out a payment plan for you to pay 50%. So now you got to pay $5,000 and maybe you pay it in like a installment plan over the next 6 months. That's still half, and your credit report is clean. So now you can also, get loans from other lenders. So in that situation, it's not like, it's a better situation than the alternative. Or you show up to court, you handle it that way, and you may not have to pay anything. I don't know. It just depends. These are all hypothetical situations, but I try to address all the questions. That way you're aware of what can occur in the event that all these accounts get deleted, because it's not just so much that we need to just get them deleted. It's that we need to understand what these accounts are. What are the repercussions of removing them from our credit report? What are the advantages of moving them from our credit report? Because there are some advantages. What could be the potential cons? In any event, no matter which way it goes, a debt buyer can potentially sue you, even if you don't remove it from your credit report. So if you ask me what my personal opinion is, I would always delete it, because if I'm going to get sued anyway, potentially, I might as well have a clean credit report. You know what I'm saying? But again, each situation is different and it's on a case by case basis. And if it comes to anything legal, you need to consult someone who deals in that specifically, even if it's just a consultation just to get their opinion on how they would handle it. That is my recommendation, because there are people who specialize in dealing with debt buyers and law practice, and then it varies by state. So I would definitely look at that in the future. Now, I'm looking at an example from February the 6th, 2024. This is actually an account that I worked on, and I'm just going to preface this by saying these are 3 repossessions. There are 3 different types, and I was also able to get 2 of them deleted. And this is a situation where they were deleted in about 3 to 4 weeks. It doesn't always happen this fast. This is an ideal situation. Excuse me, I'm sorry. It's an ideal situation, and I just want to make note of that, because then I have other people who have not gotten any repossessions deleted, and some people who are still dealing with them, or some things come off in round 4 or 5, but we'll go over that. So on example 1, as we can see, this account was a repossession, and it looks like it was purchased by a debt buyer, and it went to Consumer Portfolio Services. Now, this account was opened March 11, 2017. It was closed and written off with a balance of $16,477. And the last status update was August 2022. And the original balance was $22,809. So clearly, they must have sold the vehicle once it was repossessed. And they took the difference, and the remaining was $16,477. Now, as you can see, the car was late in December of 2018, late 2019, up until January, February, March, April, and then it was repossessed in May of 2019. And after that, it was showing as repossessed, and then it was charged off. Now, the way that we got this account deleted is by repeated charge off. Looking at this report right now, do you see how every month it says CO, 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 CO? That is extending the statute of limitations. That is inaccurate. Once an account is charged off, from the date it's charged off, it should not have any more activity on this account. So we actually got this account deleted for 2 reasons, but believe it or not, but the first one is, 1, this was showing up on the report more than one time at purchased by a debt buyer, and it was also a charge off. And then we also had the inaccurate reported information, the repeating charge off for several months, extending the statute of limitation. All right. But I just want to have you look at this account, and those were 2 things that you could have used off the rip to dispute. Again, if this is your first time on my channel, you've never seen my videos, I'm going to show you step by step how, if you were looking at something like this, what you would look for, what you would identify, and what you would use to remove your repossession. All right. So again, if we're looking at this, if you have your credit report, I recommend pulling it from annualcreditreport.com. I also use Experian. But annualcreditreport.com is completely free. You can get your report once a week as of today's date. Okay, that could change in the future. It used to be once a year. Then COVID happened. They made it once a week. It's continued to be once a week. This may change in the future. So if you're watching this video and it's several months later, a year later, however much time has passed, you may have to double check that, because things may have changed. Regardless, if you can potentially get your report from annualcreditreport.com, get your report. It is the only report that you could get that it's overseen by federal law. So the government actually made it a law that this particular place has to provide you with your full credit report once a year. Now it's once a week currently, but at least once a year. So that way you get the full information. I always recommend getting this one now, because there's information that you probably won't see. Again, a lot of the reports don't show the repeated charge off. A lot of them don't. A lot of them don't show that this car was like when the repossession started here. And look at this. It went 30, 60, 60, 90. Even that is inaccurate reporting. Now, adjusting a late payment doesn't necessarily warrant a deletion, but we would be looking at different things that we can use. This one would be like a weaker type of argument, but still, it's inaccurate. So I'm just giving you, those are, just looking at this again, it's 3 different ones I got right off the bat. And this is only from Experian. You can also compare all 3. Let's say I had TransUnion and Equifax pulled up as well. If Equifax had 30, 60, 90, 120 repossession, now I can dispute that the information is different across multiple bureaus. If the information is coming from the same data furnisher, it should always be the same. That could have been a 4th one. So I've already given you 4 ways you could get this account deleted. Okay. Here is example 2. Now for example 2, this is a different repossession. This is with Credit Acceptance Corporation. Now this one was open March 17th, 2023. The balance was $21,493, and the original balance was $19,033. All right. So as you can see here, we had a late payment started in August, and it went 30, 60, 90, repossession. All right. So on here, we have some repossession dates, but I don't see that the account was actually ever charged off, right? So we don't have any type of charge off information on this account. It was just repossessed. So we can dispute that. We also have a past due amount of $3,160 past due as of January 2024. We could take a look at that, but we can also compare all 3 reports and see if any of our information is actually inconsistent. And that's the other thing. Inconsistent information is one of the best ways to get an account deleted. And this one, as I believe, did have some inconsistent information. I only have the Experian report, but you would put them side by side. You would compare them and find what is the difference between them. And then we would use that to get it deleted. Like, for example, if the balances were different, we could look at that for this one. This one doesn't have the repeated charge off amount. But then if we look at the account, if it's in a charge off status, it never was actually charged off. So how can you have an account that's shown as a charge off on one bureau, but not a charge off on another? These are all things that we can use to get the account deleted. And this is the example number 3. I believe this is the account that's still currently active. I'd have to check with this individual to make sure that it got deleted. I think it was still being worked on, but if I have an update, I'll post it in the comments, because I probably will have an update on this last one in probably like the next month or so. So depending on when you're watching this, look in the bottom of the description and let me know. Look there, not let me know, excuse me, but like look there and see if I updated this in the future to make sure that this one got deleted too. But without you having to really look too hard, I'm sure you can already see it's repeating charge off every single month. Easy one, right? What my goal is to have you guys look at accounts and you're able to tell right off the bat what's the problem. So the original balance was $14,013. The balance is $7,958. So clearly they sold the vehicle at auction. The remaining balance is $7,958. Now, if we go to, let's say, the TransUnion and Equifax report, but the balance is $14,000, we have an inconsistent reporting balance. We can now dispute that and say this account is inaccurate. And then you can screenshot this same account, go to TransUnion and say, hey, basically you use the same thing. If the balance isn't consistently the same across all 3 bureaus, it's incorrect. It doesn't matter which one has the right balance. It's just that we can play them against each other. If you're 7 and you're 14 and you're 9, you guys are all wrong. If you're coming from the same data furnisher, this information is inaccurate. You all need to be deleted because no one's consistent. And it's repeating charge off. You're extending the statute of limitations. The account needs to be deleted. I'm probably going to list the common inaccuracies here. If you want a list of more common inaccuracies, you can get my ultimate credit repair guide. I put that together to have templates. The templates are in a letter form, but again, for the people who've been on my channel, you know we like to do things in the most efficient manner to respect our time. Because I know we have things to do other than finance and working on this kind of stuff. You guys have lives, and I want to respect your time. So I want to put you in the best position to win by providing the information and the method that can most quickly resolve your issue, you know, within reason. So we want to respect our time, and I want to respect your time because we have things that we have to do and get done other than just look at this stuff. So yeah, those are, again, 2 other reasons that this account can be deleted. And that's just by looking at the account by itself. And then when we compare it to other accounts, we have examples. Now, this was on February 29th from this same person. Credit acceptance got removed, and the consumer portfolio S got removed, and also a Wells Fargo account got removed. So just if we go back, that was this account with credit acceptance was deleted. This account with consumer portfolio was deleted. Both of these got deleted. We did not get a deletion on OneMain. I think OneMain is still currently being worked on. Again, if it gets deleted, I will update in the description when that happens so you guys have a time frame. So in this situation, it was ideal. It only took a couple of weeks. By February 29th, 2024, we had 2 repossessions deleted. We also had a Wells Fargo account deleted. Again, this is an ideal situation. It doesn't always happen that fast. I'm very happy that for this individual, it happened that fast, but it doesn't always happen that fast. But I'm going to give you the steps in the process in order for you to do it the exact same way that this person did it in a very timely fashion. Okay. So again, if you guys are familiar with my channel, you know that I submit all of my disputes through the CFPB. I do not write letters. I used to write letters. I just found that I got the same results by doing everything online. And the way it works, we submit complaints through the CFPB, which I will show you how to do later in this video. And we submit 3 rounds first. The reason why we submit 3 rounds, and the reason why I'm repeating this, is because I get a lot of comments asking the same exact question. You need to do an investigation, a reinvestigation, and then you tell them what you're disputing. And I'm going to tell you again why. If you read the FCRA law, the law says, and this is the only thing that's true, you are entitled to a 100% accurate report. You know what that means? If anything is wrong with that report, it needs to be deleted. If an account has one thing that's inaccurate, it has to be deleted or updated. Let me clarify, deleted or updated. And the credit bureaus choose which one that they do. But it tells you after any reinvestigation. So that lets me know, 1, first I need to ask them to investigate it. 2, I need to ask them to reinvestigate it. Okay. And then 3, after they've confirmed 2 times that this account was accurate, they confirmed it twice, right? Now I'm going to say, okay, you say you looked at my account and you say that this account was accurate, but if you actually look here, here's an inaccuracy. And your neglect to maintain a 100% accurate reporting is violating my consumer rights. This account needs to be deleted. That's how it works. One of 2 things happens. They either update the account or they delete it. I'll say this, the older the account is, the more likely they'll delete it. Why? The longer you have history that's inaccurate, the least likely they are to try to update all that information. The newer it is, the more likely they are to just update the information instead of deleting it. That's why you have to build this case when you're doing it. You can't just ask for a deletion because then they'll throw out your dispute, say it's verified, or they'll update the information right away and you lose options to dispute with it in the first place. So bear that in mind. That's why you need to follow this process. You got to follow this process. And I'm going to just kind of go over it with you so that you understand exactly what we're looking for. So round one, again, I don't write letters. I take these complaints. I use this exact verbiage. This is the exact verbiage I use to delete these accounts. So round one, recently I looked at a copy of my credit report and noticed several inaccuracies on my account. You never say what the inaccuracy is. If you say what the inaccuracy is, they'll either throw it out or they'll update it. Don't say what the inaccuracy is. This account is hurting my ability to obtain credit. It's my understanding that the credit bureaus will investigate this account for me to ensure accuracy. Here is the account I am asking you to verify as accurate. Enter the account name, enter the account number. When you submit this through the CFPB, everyone gets the same response. And people ask me about that, so I want to clarify it so that's not a question. They always say we have 60 days to close this. They always say that. Everyone gets the same response. We have 60 days to close this account. That's normal. People will email me and leave comments like, they're worried. That's normal. Everyone gets it. Everyone here will get that. We respond in 60 days. After you submit your complaint through the CFPB round one, don't use the CFPB to monitor your complaint. Create an account on Experian.com. Create an account on Equifax.com. Create an account on TransUnion.com. Why? When you create an account and you turn on your alerts, they send you emails and notifications in real time about the status of that dispute. When they contact you back and they say dispute resolved, more than likely it's going to say the account has been verified as accurate. That's what we want. We want them to say the account is verified as accurate. That's normal. Perfect. I'm glad you verified it. Then we go back to the CFPB and we start round two. So round two goes, or will be stated here as such. I disagree with the account listed below, which still appears on my credit report. Even after your investigation, I would like this item immediately reinvestigated. The inaccuracies are highly injurious to my credit score. Enter the account name and account number. In accordance with the Fair Credit Reporting Act, and then it enters the section and subsection. Again, you can screenshot this and just copy it. You can use it verbatim. Please provide the names and business addresses of each individual with whom you verify the above. This is important. This is important. I said this in my other video about how to dispute your credit report, and I gave the example of when someone says that you owe them money, you would never just give them money or accept it as such. Or if someone told you something is true that you know is not true, what's the first thing that you're going to ask for? Proof, evidence. How can you say that I owe something or something is valid? Show me proof. What you guys have to understand is the consumer law is there for you. The burden of proof is on the credit bureaus. You don't have to prove anything. Now, you do want to give examples of what's wrong to be able to support my inaccuracy claim, but you don't have to prove anything. The burden of proof is on them, which is why sometimes, occasionally, you'll get deletions from just round two. Because in round two, you're going to ask for the business address of each individual with whom you verified the above so that you can follow up. Please send me an updated copy of my credit report, after the reinvestigation. But you want to ask them for the name, the correspondence, who you spoke with, what day, everything. Reason being, and I've talked about this before, but I haven't really addressed it too much. The credit bureaus don't talk to anybody specifically. They have a system called eOscar that breaks down your dispute into a code called Metro 2, a 2-digit code. Every dispute that you submit is broken down into a 2-digit code. It goes to the eOscar system of the person that you're disputing it with, and they verify the information that way. That's the reason why I make it a point to always say, before you start doing a dispute, clean up your personal information. If there is an address that's tied to a repossession, they can verify that repossession just by looking at the address. If you've moved, delete that old address. Delete every old address on your credit report except for the one that, of course, you live at. And if that just so happens to be the one attached to that account, then so be it. You know, that's just your address. But if that account was open when you live somewhere else, delete all the old information. Delete it, everything. That's going to help. They can't verify if you remove the old information. Another thing, because this came up a lot too, and please, I hope that you guys don't skip through the video and listen to the whole thing, because all this information is important. I have a video. There's a video that I have on my channel that shows you how to remove personal information in about 24 hours, and it can all be done online. Every once in a while, everyone sees this. There's going to be an address that you can't delete online because it's going to say that address is associated with an account. Those are the ones you want to be the most worried about. It tells you have to call. That is normal. When you call, please understand that this is your information. You control it, not them. When you call, all you have to do is say, I don't recognize this account. They're going to say the same thing. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to transfer you over to somebody else because it is associated with this with this account. So, and all you have to say is, I don't know that address. I don't live at that address. I don't recognize that address. I need to delete it immediately. You know what they're gonna say? Okay, and they delete it. They don't pull out some information from this secret information guy that for some reason people seem to think that the credit bureau has. There is no. The credit bureaus are not a government agency. They are just a regular company. That's it. They are not a government agency. They don't have a list of all your information. It's just a regular person on the phone who has to follow a procedure. I know. I worked at call centers. It's just a regular person on the phone, just like you and me, who just has to follow these procedures, and they just read the rules where it says, well, if they ask you twice, then you have to delete. That's it. It's not difficult. Just get it deleted. When you get that deleted, you probably increased your chance of removing information by 50%. I just want to make note of that. All right. So please understand, this is your information. It's your responsibility to make sure anything you don't want on there is not on there. And if you leave anything on there, then that's what you want someone to have access to. So it's your choice whether or not you want to make sure to take the initiative to remove this information. It's up to you. Now, when you get to round 3, everyone's round 3 will be different. Please understand that. Round 3 is where you have to look at your report and you have to figure out what's wrong. Round 3 is the point where usually a lot of people, I think they get nervous. But this is easy, guys. The same way I told you a couple things that you can look at, it works the exact same way. You just look at it and you figure out what's wrong. Some things you could eyeball first time and see it. Trust me when I say that this isn't hard. You could even put 3 reports next to each other from annualcreditreport.com, hopefully. And you can say if it's not the same, that's wrong. Okay? It's very easy. So the example I'm going to use is the repeated charge off one, because 2 of the accounts had that. I know for sure that's one of the reasons that we used. But if you want more examples, I've started doing charge off videos like at least once every week, where I go through different types of examples, like date of activity, date of last payment, status update, double Jeopardy. Like, I'm going to literally do like a video that shows you almost every reason to remove a charge off, in this case repossession, for every single reason. And you can like watch those videos, look at your report, make a comparison, find a reason. That's what you're going to use for round 3. So this account was charged off on the following date. If this is applicable to your charge off, again, the repossession could not show charged off. So just keep that in mind. You just want to use the right verbiage. This account was charged off on the following date. Since then, the account has repeatedly been updated as charged off every month. This is an update in the payment history. A charged off account should not include an active payment history. This inaccurate information falsely manipulates the statute of limitations. You failed to investigate this account properly after I asked you to do it twice, and your neglect has violated my rights. I am demanding a deletion of the following account, account number, account name. Simple, right? I asked you to investigate one time. You didn't do it. I asked you to investigate twice. You said it was okay. I'm showing you now an actual specific detail that is inaccurate, and I can prove it's inaccurate. Now you need to delete it. When this happens, again, with the Oscar system, I don't really talk about that much because it's like, it's almost like you don't have to know how the movie is made to enjoy the movie, right? You don't really need to like know that, but I just want you to understand that it's not like someone looking at this report just goes to a machine. If they can't verify the information, if they confirm that it is highly inaccurate, potentially it gets deleted. Remember, the repeating charge off, we had that here on this account. As you can see, many months repeating charge off. That will greatly increase the chance this account gets deleted before they update all those months. And same thing here. But this one, I believe, is still active. Again, I'll update you with that. But just these two were able to get deleted. So we got 2 out of 3 within 3-4 weeks. Pretty good. All right. So now that I've shown you the verbiage for round 1 through 3, and we've talked about the specific examples and how you handle round 1 and 2, again, you can screenshot this and copy and paste the information with your account number. And again, personal information. Make sure that's cleaned up first. Makes it much easier to get these deletions. We're gonna go to the CFPB, and I'm going to once again do an example of what round 3 would look like. All right, so this is the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. It is the CFPB. This is the only government credit bureau. Again, the rest of the 3 credit bureaus are just data companies. They just collect information. This is the only government entity. So we go to submit a complaint, and then you're going to scroll down and you're going to click on start new complaint. Now, if you are like me and you already have an account, then you're going to go to already submitted a complaint or created your account, and you're going to sign in. If you do not have an account, of course, you're going to do first name, last name, email, phone number, create a password, and you are going to sign up. Once you are logged in, you're going to see a blue button in the top right-hand corner. It's going to say start a new complaint. You're going to click on that button, and then you're going to get this screen, which is going to be step 1 of 5, submit a complaint. And it's going to ask you, what is the complaint about? Well, the complaint is going to be about a credit report. And just so you know, for steps 1 and for round 1 and 2, you use these exact same options. So you're going to choose credit reporting or other personal consumer report, and then credit reporting. And then we're going to go to the next step. And then when you go to what type of problem are you having, you're going to choose problem with the company's investigation into an existing problem. And yes, for round 1, you're still going to select this option. You're going to say problem with a company's investigation into an existing problem. Their investigation did not fix an error on your report. Have you already tried to fix the problem with the company? Yes, I did. Did you request information from the company? Yes, I did. Did the company provide this information? No, they did not. And you're going to click on next. And again, round 1 and 2, same thing. Except for round 1 and 2, you copy and paste the information and you put the account number and the account name. So now this is the example for round 3, where we're going to actually submit the factual dispute. So in this, for this hypothetical that I'm showing you for an example, you already did round 1, you already did round 2. The credit bureaus have already investigated and reinvestigated. So now we're on round 3. Normal response time can be like 7 to 10 days. It's fairly quick. And that's the reason why I do this instead of doing letters. Okay. You can get 4 months of work done in a couple weeks. All right. So now they're going to say, describe what happened. And we're just going to copy and paste our verbiage in there. And this account was charged off on the following date, and then we're going to fill in all the information. So as you can see here, our initial charge off date was August of 2019. So we're going to mention that this was the date, and then we're also going to grab the account number from up here, which you can see it was 400172 and then XXXXXX. Yes, if it has the X's, that is your full account number. That is the number that you will want to actually use. The one with all the X's. You want the name up here. You want the full account number. Okay. All right. So now I've added this information. The account was charged off on the following date, August 2019. Since then, it has repeatedly been updated as charged off every month, and exactly what we discussed. Now, we're going to copy the bottom part that we had where it says, what would be a fair resolution? You just copy the same thing. I asked you to do it. I'm sorry. Let's just delete that. I am demanding a deletion of the following account. And then that's the account name and account number. And it's very simple. Your dispute shouldn't really be more than 3 lines. It's very, very simple, very, very straightforward and to the point. Here, where it says select and attach a document, you're going to use the following. You are going to add the screenshot that I just showed you that clearly lays out all the incorrect information. You're going to screenshot that. You're going to attach it as a file. You're going to add a picture of your driver's license. You're going to add a picture of your social security number or a second form of ID. You can also use your passport and birth certificate. I would recommend using 2 forms of ID. And then you want to use a proof of address. You always want to use this information when you're submitting the factual dispute. When you're submitting the investigation, I recommend you add the proof of residence, your ID, and their second form of ID. You don't need to add a picture of the item that you're disputing. Okay? So rounds 1 and 2, driver's license, your social security card, proof of address or residence at your current address. For round 3, when we're doing a factual dispute, we're actually showing what the problem is: driver's license, your social security number, your proof of address, and then a screenshot showing the actual issue. Okay. Proof of address can also be your insurance for your car, your voter registration. It could also be your utility bill, your gas bill, your internet bill, your phone bill, a bank statement. All right. Any of those things work as the proof of address. And the reason why I always say to add that is because sometimes they try to stall you out by sending you we can't identify you to know who you are. Then you have to kind of start the process over. So just be sure to add that here, and then we'll move on to the next step. Now, when they ask you the company name that you're disputing, you want to put the credit bureau name. You're going to put, let's start with Experian. You're going to click on Experian, and then you're going to add this information. So company name, Experian, social name as it appears on your credit report. Put your name as it appears, your date of birth. So and then once this information is filled out, it's going to ask you down here, do you want to complain about another company? You're going to click yes. So when you do this, here's the cool thing. You don't never dispute 2 different charge-offs or repossessions at the same time on one dispute. But the cool thing is when you're submitting this through the CFPB, you can do one account, but you can submit it to all 3 credit bureaus at the same time. But again, if you have different accounts, you have to do that separately. So if I have one account with ABC Finance Company, I submit a complaint for them, but I can send it to all 3 credit bureaus at the same time. And then if you have a collection to 123 Inc., you take 123 Inc. on its own complaint, but you can then submit it to all 3 credit bureaus at the same time. So now I'm going to go down here and I'm going to add TransUnion. So once you fill out all the information for TransUnion, it's the same exact questions. Have you already tried to fix the problem with the company? Did you request the information from the company? And you select the exact same options. Yes, yes. It's optional to put the information that you requested. Did the company provide this information? No. You're going to then add the same information. You're going to check Social Security, name as it appears, and date of birth. Once you're done entering all this information, you're going to add Equifax if that's applicable to you. And then you're going to go on to the next step by clicking next at the bottom. All right, so in this option, it's going to say myself. From here, you click myself and it's going to be the review page. On the review page, all you have to do is simply add your information. This is the first time that you've done it. If it's not, it should auto-populate with your first name, last name, your current address, your email, best number to contact you. There's optional information there like your gender, your age, military affiliation, all of that. You don't have to answer that. That's all optional. You can just skip that part and then submit. Once you do that, everything is completed. And that is the entire process to submit that repossession. So, that'll be it. Thank you guys. I appreciate all the support. I hope this video was very helpful, and please share it with someone who can definitely find use of the information. And you guys have a wonderful day. Welcome back to Success with Steven. Today we're going to be continuing our charge off series. And today we're going to be talking about a charge-off dispute method that I'm very excited to share with you guys. Recently, I did a one-on-one coaching where I gave out this method for the first time, and I am looking forward to seeing the results that this charge-off removal option will bring. Now, I've talked about this before, and it is one of our most common inaccuracies that we can use to remove a charge-off, and this is using the double jeopardy method, okay? So if you guys are familiar with the double jeopardy method, this is where you have a charge off account on your credit report. And then you also have a collection account that is the same exact account, but it'll be a collection company name. And then you'll have the original creditor name. They're both on your credit report at the same time, showing the same balance. When that occurs, we can't actually have that charge off reporting to your account anymore, since now it's been sold to a collection agency. So the last one-on-one that I did when I was speaking, we were discussing how this charge off was sold to a collection company. They contacted the creditor told them this. And so since the account itself was actually sold, we were going to try this method and see if it removed the charge off. So I'll keep you guys updated by the time this video releases. If I find out what was the conclusion to that dispute, I'll definitely put it in the description. Okay. So without further ado, let's go ahead and take a look at some information on this method. All right. So I pulled up some information on the CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And this is just saying some of my debts are listed multiple times on my credit report, and what should I do? So if the same debt is listed multiple times, possibly with different names, you should dispute the multiple listings with the credit reporting agency and the original creditor or furnisher that provide the information to the credit reporting agency. A multiple listing is not a harmless error. It will likely lower your credit score and lead lenders to give you loan offers with higher interest rates and less favorable terms. So I'm going to give you the exact account that I disputed, and I got it removed, and it was fairly quickly. I think it took about 1 week to get that account, and it was Capital One. And it was a Capital One credit card that was sold to Portfolio Recovery. Now, prior to this, I think it was like my 8th round with this particular creditor. And I had tried everything. I tried the multiple charge-offs. I tried to do the last payment date. I went through everything. I tried comparing it with, and what was actually funny was, it actually got deleted from, I believe, Equifax, but it was still reporting to Experian and TransUnion. So for those two, it couldn't delete it, but it did delete off of Equifax from just doing some disputes on the attributes. So you guys may notice that too, where you're getting these deletions, but when you're getting them done, it may only be one bureau, maybe even two bureau, but might remain on the other one. That's normal. It doesn't always happen where it deletes from all three credit bureaus simultaneously. Sometimes it'll be one, sometimes it'll be two. Occasionally it's all three, in best case scenarios, but that just depends on the dispute method that we're using. And I also noticed that the credit bureaus must share information with each other, because when I got one deleted on one credit bureau, it was deleted on the other one as well. So they must be sharing information across bureaus to some degree. Now, I'm going to log into my dispute so I can actually show you the original date that I disputed this account. And I can also show you exactly what was said. And I'm going to show you exactly what you can do. This dispute will also be one where you can skip round 1 and round 2, and you can jump straight into round 3. You don't have to do round 1 and 2 for double jeopardy disputes. Okay. All right. So for the double jeopardy dispute method, a few things are going to be different. Like I was saying previously, we're not going to be doing round 1, 2, and 3 for this method. You can jump straight to round 3. Another thing is, for the double jeopardy method, I did not dispute this with the credit bureaus. I went directly with the creditor. That's something that we normally have not done. We always do the credit bureaus. We always do our investigation and reinvestigation. For this method, you jump right into round 3. You don't dispute with the credit bureaus. You dispute it directly with the creditor. And then I'm going to go over the date that I did this first. And then I'm going to show you exactly when it got deleted from my credit report and what that change did. So if we're taking a look at this account right now, I submitted my dispute on December 22nd, 2023. And my complaint, what I stated was, according to the IRS, an unpaid charge-off is income, and according to the FCRA, income cannot be reported on a credit report. I'm requesting a 1099-C cancellation of debt from the following charged-off account listed below. Capital 1, the account number. After checking my most current report, the updated information stated the account was purchased by Portfolio Recovery and Associates. This account cannot be reported as a charge-off on my credit report if this account was sold to another lender. Please send the 1099-C form. Now, each of your disputes will be unique, right? So the thing is, I didn't ask them for a deletion. I asked them for a 1099-C for tax purposes. So notice, exactly what I did there. And the reason why I asked them that is because if you look at the IRS website, an unpaid charge-off is considered to be income. When you get a charge-off and it's not paid, you're supposed to file that charge-off on your taxes. That's what the 1099-C form is for. But remember, from my original charge-off video, I told you that there is actually no guarantee that you will get a 1099-C, because even though a creditor actually has an account charged off, they legally have to charge off an account after 180 days for a credit card. They have to. It's by law. Just because it's charged off doesn't mean that the debt was discharged. And what I mean by that is, they can charge off an account, but it doesn't mean that the account is no longer being held by them. Once they sell it, they no longer own that debt. They've been compensated for it. It's done. They'll receive their corresponding tax credit. They'll get their money back. It's done. So at that point, now I can request a 1099-C, knowing that it's been sold to another lender. And on top of me knowing that now it's been sold to another lender, they have to actually change the account status. It's a lot of different information here that you can use to get the account deleted, because there's a lot of things that now make the account inaccurate once this happens. So I don't even have to ask for the deletion. All I have to do is just ask them for the 1099-C, and I'm just asking for it now because I know you sold it. So technically, shouldn't be reported in the first place. All right. If you guys are unaware if your debt has been sold to anyone else, you're not quite sure, what I recommend is you call. Don't give them any additional information. Don't talk about payments. I would just call and find out. And you can just talk to someone, if it's a bank, you can just call someone from customer service. I've done it before with a lot of my cards. Hey, I just want to find out exactly, has this account been sold to a collection agency? Because they're supposed to list it on the account. Luckily, for my credit report, Capital One did list it. But sometimes they don't say anything and they try to report it twice. So if you don't know, I would call and ask, has this account been sold? If it has been sold, who has it been sold to? That way you can get that information and you can list it. Because remember, this is going directly to that creditor. So they're going to know their own internal information. If they sold it, they're aware that they sold it. They know exactly what happened. So they should be able to provide you with that information. Now, I'm going to send you a screenshot of what I showed them in order to get this taken care of. So as you can see here, it says charged off as bad debt, dispute resolved, reported by grantor. So that's the comment. That's the comment for TransUnion. But notice the comment for Experian. So yeah, this account was deleted off of Equifax, but it was still reporting to TransUnion and Experian. So notice the information that's right here. It says account was in dispute, now resolved, reported by subscriber, unpaid balance reported as a loss by credit grantor, sold to Portfolio Recovery and Associates. So as you can see, TransUnion didn't even state that it was sold, but Experian stated that, and that's the information that I used because I disputed date of last activity, high credit balance that got changed. I went through all the attributes that I could, but this is what ultimately got the deletion for this account. So once I screenshot this, I just made sure to include that, a copy of my driver's license, second form of ID like social security card. You could use birth certificate, things of that nature, and proof of address. Screenshot this, and it's showing it. Now, again, even if you don't have this, but they've told you, you can state that in your dispute. Say, hey, I contacted you on this date. I was informed by a representative that this account was sold to ABC Collection Company. Can you provide me with a 1099-C as this account, according to the IRS, once it's charged off, it's income technically for me. I need to file it on my taxes. Legally, I have to do that. And also, because it's been sold to a new lender, this account can no longer be reported. So, I'm requesting that this account, I wouldn't even say the deletion per se. I would just ask for the 1099-C, because if you get that, then you can just send that to the credit bureaus and get it deleted. So either way would work in this scenario. So let's go back to the CFPB and let's look at the date, and I'm going to show you exactly what occurred after this was sent. All right, so we're back on the CFPB, and as you can see here, it was sent December 22nd, right? And then everyone always asks this. You're always going to get this same thing. We've sent your complaint to the company, and we will let them know when they respond. And you get an automatic message from the CFPB. I get asked this a lot, so I'm going to reiterate. Everybody gets this. It says, the company has responded that it is still working on your issue. In some cases, companies need more time to respond. You should receive a final response within 60 days. As you can see right here, they sent this on January 5th. This account was deleted already from my credit report way before January 5th. So when you guys get this 60-day response, that's normal. Everybody gets that same response. It says the same thing. And sometimes your dispute has already been resolved by the time they get this, and it's irrelevant. Don't check the status of your disputes on the CFPB. You're just think of the CFPB as a one-way street. It's for your rounds. That's it. It's a one-way street. You just send that off, and then you go to the credit bureau website to keep an update on what they say. But this is a one-way street. This is just to send everything off, and that's it. You don't have to wait for the response here because they're always going to close their complaints in 60 days. And this could have been resolved a long time ago. So I just wanted to, and actually take a look at this. While I had this still pulled up, return by company. The company responded that they are not the appropriate company to address your issue. That was January 16th. And look at that. So they sent the response to portfolio recovery after that. And look when this was closed. It was closed on February the 6th. It was closed 60 days from January the 5th, right? And that's why I keep saying, don't worry about this. Like, look at this. They just sent it to portfolio recovery, and it had nothing to do with what occurred. So that's just a little tidbit. So don't worry about this. Their time frame of resolving this is irrelevant. Again, it's a one-way street. We're just sending stuff off here. So January 22nd, let's take a look at Experian and see when the change was made. So this is my credit report on December 6th, 2023. So I sent the dispute December 22nd. All right. We're going to show you what happened 4 days later. Okay, so I scroll down. As you can see, this is the Capital One account. It was still reporting to my credit report as of December 26th. So see, account is they even changed information here. 30, 60, 90, 120, 150 charge off. Then they tried to fix it to make it where it was no data. So this is what happened when I tried to dispute the charge off repeating. As you can see, they updated it to no data, no data, no data, no data, no data, no data. And as you can see in November, when they sold it, that's when they charged it off. Now, I will say, I think because I was disputing this account so much, I think that's what led them to sell it to someone else. So that's why I keep saying, even when things don't work out or you keep feeling like you have to keep disputing it, I think that my persistence of disputing this account led them to sell this account to portfolio recovery because it was causing them too much of a hassle to have to deal with my disputes. I really do believe that, because just by looking at the reporting information, they chose to fix this up and then charge it off again in November. I do believe that had to do with my constant disputes. Now, as you guys can see here, we're looking at my report from December 28th, 2023. This is 2 days later, and you see my score increased. I believe it was like a 687, 686, something like that, and it went to a 696. We're looking for the charge off for Capital One, and the charge off is gone. The charge off is gone. So it took from December 22nd to December 28th of 2023 for them to remove it. So somewhere between the 27th, I guess it was the 27th, they deleted it that day. By the 28th, it was completely gone. I tried to find the notification of deletion for this account. I realized they never sent a I never got a notification from Experian or TransUnion of the deletion, because it was Capital One themselves that stopped reporting it. So the account never got deleted. They were no longer reporting it anymore because they couldn't. That sounds like a very little small piece of information, but it's very telling. It tells me a lot that it wasn't deleted by the credit bureaus for inaccuracy. The creditor themselves stopped reporting it because they no longer could report it now that it was sold to portfolio recovery. So this is the double jeopardy rule, and it actually did work for one more account. But trying to find that account, it was so old, I would have had to go back to the very beginning of when I started this process. But it was with Credit One, and it was a Credit One account that was sold to Midland Funding, I believe. And that account it had the collection, and it had the actual charge off. But when I went ahead and disputed it, they removed that one like right away. It was very, very quick. So we're going to go back to the CFPB. And when we go back to the CFPB, we're going to take the verbiage, and I'm going to show you how I would submit this, because again, not everyone has seen our process. So we're going to go ahead and submit the dispute of how we would do this for a double jeopardy. All right, so we're going to start by going to start a new complaint, and then we're going to go to credit reporting and other personal information, or credit reporting and other personal consumer reports. And then what type of credit product? Credit reporting. And then we're going to go to problem with the company's investigation into an existing problem. And then we're just going to choose their investigation did not fix an error on my report. And have you tried to fix this with the company? Yes. Did the company request information? Did you request information from the company? Yes. What information did you request? I'm going to put 1099-C. And you don't have to put this. It is optional. I just like to have that there for this particular type of dispute. And did the company provide this information? No. So it's just letting them know off the bat, I requested this 1099-C tax document. They did not provide that. And then we're going to go to the next step. So now I'm just going to paste in exactly what I said. You're going to use this exact same information, but you're just going to make sure that it basically fits exactly your account in that information. So according to the IRS, an unpaid charge off is income. According to the FCRA, income cannot be reported on a credit report. I'm requesting a 1099-C cancellation of debt from the following charged off account listed below, capital 1. After checking my most current report, the updated information stated the account was purchased by Portfolio Recovery Associates. This account cannot be reported as a charge-off on my credit report if the account was sold to another lender. Please send the 1099-C form. Okay, so then I'm just going to copy this last part, scroll down here. For what would be a fair resolution, this account cannot be reported as a charge-off on my credit report if the account was sold to another lender. Please send 1099-C form. All right. And then here, just like the screenshot that I showed you that I attached something that just showed it. If possible, you can get maybe documentation emailed to you showing that the account was sold. That would be actual good information. I would suggest that you can, if you can get that, please get that from the original creditor. If you can't get that, it's okay. You can just send a screenshot of the account and maybe just add like a highlight, or circle it and say this account sold, and just add that as any acceptable file that you can attach with a copy of your driver's license, and then a second form of ID, and then proof of address. All right. In your case, whatever the company name is, if you can't find the company, what'll happen is they'll have you type it in, and you'll have to manually enter the address and all the information for the company. Usually you could find every company on the CFPB. So I would be shocked if you couldn't find it. But if that was to occur, you'll have to get the address and all the information from the company, and then you'll have to do it that way. And then, of course, as usual, we're going to enter last four of the social security number, your name as it appears on the credit report, and your date of birth. In this case, you don't have to complain about another company because we're sending this straight to the creditor. All right. You don't have to do anything else at this point as far as, including any more information. The only thing you need to do is address that company directly. OK. And again, this is the only time, not the only time, but this is going to be one of the only times that you do not have to do a round one and round two for a charge off. You could jump right into it. And this is one of the easiest ways to get an account deleted that is a charge off account on your credit report. And I just usually stop at this point. You can just choose myself for this option. The last screen is the review screen. There's going to just be some identifying information there: gender, sex, military status, things of that nature. You can bypass all of that. It's all optional. You just go ahead, review everything, make sure you haven't missed anything. Just make sure everything is correct, and then you submit. Make sure that you get an email from the CFPB confirming that everything was completed, and then you're going to wait for a response. Now, as you can see, mine was updated in less than a week. I would say in this circumstance where you have a double jeopardy situation, it shouldn't take very long for it to be resolved. You should be able to get this deleted by the original creditor fairly fast. Another thing I want to point out that I did some research on, a lot of the similar credit cards that you get, like Capital One, Merrick Bank, a lot of those credit builder cards and cards when you're trying to build credit or repair credit, I tend to see a lot of those, and either some of the other banks. If you do enough research, you'll notice that some of them charge off the account and sell it to a collection agency after a certain period of time. Sometimes, like I noticed some of them had a pattern of doing it like every 3 to 4 years. So for some of you guys, if like a last resort, like you could just look forward to some of them if you do enough research that they will eventually delete the information. They'll eventually sell the account for the tax credit, and then you can attack the account this way. So if this happened with any of your accounts and they were sold to a collection agency, this will work. This will also work for repossessions if the account was sold to a collection agency. So bear that in mind. Any account that's sold to a collection agency can fall under this double jeopardy inaccuracy. So, and for mine, notice that when I did this, I didn't even have to wait for portfolio recovery to actually report the account. All I had to do was just make note to the creditor that I was aware that they sold it. So if I'm aware that you sold it, you can no longer report this. This has to go. It has to go. And immediately it was gone, in less than a week. So if this method works for you, I would please love it if you leave it in the comments so we can let other people know that this works. If you guys are enjoying this charge off series as well, please let me know. I know that this has been a pain point for a lot of people, so I want to show you every way that I got a deletion from every account that I have. And I also want to make sure that I'm showing you that this doesn't happen, overnight. And I also want to show you that most of the accounts that I got deleted did not get deleted in one way. They got deleted in multiple different ways. Like I used multiple reasons. As you can see, I've already given you 4 different ways that I've gotten 4 different accounts deleted. So, most of my accounts never got deleted for the same reason. They always got deleted for something different. So just bear that in mind when you're looking at the account. And, I'm just going to keep trying to make as many of these. Honestly, I may have maybe 3 or 4 more examples that I could probably come up with for the charge off method. And only thing I can do is keep you guys posted with other results of people who may have had, they may have gotten really good outcomes for their disputes. And if you're dealing with similar accounts, maybe those same disputes would work for you, for a bank that you might have. You can also leave a comment if you got a deletion from a particular bank or company, and when you got the deletion, which charge off inaccuracy method did you use? What's great about that is this entire channel will become a resource for other people who need to learn how to delete the account, and your strategy may be something that they're dealing with, and it could just, it could really catapult them into getting these deletions even faster. So we want to make sure to be a resource for each other. That's why I'm sharing my results. And then if you share your experiences and your results, there's someone else who may also be in a similar situation that can benefit from the information that you provide. And they'll appreciate it, and I would appreciate it too, because this is all about sharing information, using each other as a resource, and just helping each other get to that next financial level that we all want to be at. All right. So thank you thank you so much, guys. I appreciate your time. You have a wonderful day. Thank you so much. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. On this channel, we discuss everything with credit repair, finance, business credit, just overall increasing our financial literacy. And today I'm continuing my series of charge-offs and different types of charge-offs to get removed. I think I may have 3 other types for you. I was thinking if this was going to be the last installment, but as I was thinking that, I did realize that there were a few more that I can touch on. I think repeating new information after 180 days was one that I technically haven't gone over yet. Some of it seemed a little bit redundant, but if you would still like to see those other charge-off videos, let me know. Today's video actually came from a comment that I gotten where someone asked me, what should you do if there's no information to dispute? Now, I only had one example of this, but it is my personal example. In this situation, I ask that you take it with a grain of salt because I do not know if this can be recreated. I do think it was a fluke. It was an accident, but I had a situation where all dispute options had been exhausted. And this was actually the last account that I had on my Experian credit report. And the account was with Affirm Inc. If you're familiar with the firm, it is a pay over time app similar to like Klarna or similar to Afterpay. And it was a charge off where there really wasn't any inconsistent payment history. They had a repeating collection notice on my report, and it seemed almost impossible to get removed. So I am going to show you exactly what I did in order to get this charge off deleted. But again, like I said, I would take this with a grain of salt because I don't know if this can be repeated again. But I do just want to make sure that I at least address it, because when you run out of, you exhaust all options, this may be like the last resort that you may want to try. All right, so this report was on January 17th, 2024. And as you can see, I have the Affirm Inc. charge off here. Balance was updated on January 3rd, 2024. So let's take a look. This one was definitely hurting my credit score. It had 33 potentially negative months on this account. And the account was 30, 60, 90, and then it was charged off. And then as you can see, a repeated collection. I already used that as a dispute reason, so I couldn't repeat the same one. If not, then my disputes would get thrown out as frivolous or duplicate complaints, so they wouldn't even acknowledge them. And this was only reporting to Experian, so I couldn't go the Identity IQ route and try to compare it to anything. This was the only one there, and all I had was payment history to dispute. With those options exhausted, it didn't seem like I had anything left that I could potentially do. Now, the first thing I did, I can't find the exact day I submitted it, but what I can say, it was somewhere between January the 13th to January the 17th. I went on to Experian's website. You can dispute online. Normally, I don't do that. What I did was dispute the account online. And when I did dispute the account online, I said that the charge off date was incorrect. So the first thing that I want to do is kind of go to the complaint that I originally sent. This complaint was completely separate. And again, as you're watching this video, this is really not a step-by-step guide, because I don't see this as an actual tried and true method. It was just something that I did. So this was after I had already tried to do some disputes for, accuracy, the account's inaccurate. I was running out of options. So I tried to see if I could request a 1099-C. I never got one from a firm. They actually did contact me and told me that I was not eligible, but I sent this to Experian. I previously disputed this account with Experian Affirm Inc. I let them know this account was not reported accurately. According to the IRS, when an account is charged off, it's considered income, and according to the FCRA, income cannot be reported on a credit report. I requested a 1099-C, cancellation of debt, from a firm in regards to the following charge off listed below. So I said that, and I said this account can no longer be reported on my credit report. Now, this was before a firm contacted me back and let me know if I was eligible for a 1099-C. They told me the only way I would be eligible for one is if I filed a bankruptcy, which I did not. So they told me because I did not, they would not be able to send me one. Now, after I sent this on January 8th, I tried something new, and I believe it was on January 13th that I did this. I went to the Experian website. I disputed the account directly with them. And when I disputed the account directly with them, I told them that the charge-off date was inaccurate. I just gave them a random date. And when I gave them a random date, I want to show you exactly what happened in that situation. So remember, this one was on this is my report on January 17th. Look at the dates. It was charged off on 2021, 30, 60, 90, charged off in August, and then just repeated collection going forward. That's what happened. Now, let me show you what my report looked like on January 21st, a few days later. Now, as you can see, this is my Experian report on January 21st, 2024. Now we're going to scroll down to the account. As you can see here, same account is on my credit report. Look at what's changed. You guys see that? I disputed it directly with Experian, and I told them that the original charge-off date was inaccurate. I don't remember what I said because I didn't do this as a complaint through the CFPB, so I can't show you. I've looked for it. It was just a complaint that I just sent. And this is what happened. As you can see, they changed my date. This account was opened on March 2nd, 2021. They changed it to where the account shows 30, 60, 90 charged off as of 2018. And then they charged it off on 2021 of March, which was the actual opening date. So here's what I think happened. One of two things occurred. Either when I challenged the date of the account, they tried to change it to make it make sense. That was a possibility, something that could have potentially occurred. Or when I said that the account was charged off, or it was a 1099-C, a cancellation of debt, and that I didn't owe it, maybe they tried to make it make sense and went back and changed it. Since I can't say for sure exactly what happened, all I can say is this. My constant persistence of trying to dispute this account in various ways somehow made Experian, they made the account inaccurate. So I remember the day I saw this, I was like, ooh, because I got a dispute response saying that the account was updated. But when I saw it was updated, I thought a couple different things. I thought, oh, maybe I should just leave it alone. It's going to hit the statute of limitations of 7 years in about a year. So I was like, maybe I should leave it alone. But I decided, no, now it's so inaccurate. I have a perfect reason to remove this account. So what I'm saying is, if you dispute enough, you can potentially make the account inaccurate. That's what happened here. Now, again, I don't know if this was a fluke. I don't know if it was a one-off. I don't know if it can be repeated. But it was what I did. I disputed it directly with Experian, and I gave them information that was inaccurate. They updated the information, which then made the account actually inaccurate. So now I'm going to show you the complaint that I submitted after this one. You can see here on January 20th, because this was the 20th that I submitted this. So that updated report that I showed you was the 21st. So that means that sometime before that, it had already happened. I must have seen it. But I disputed inaccurate information with Experian in regards to this account, Affirm Inc. Experian stated the information was verified and accurate. After checking my report, the information is still obviously inaccurate. On my Experian report, the account displays an open date of March 2nd, 2021, but this account was actually opened March 2nd, 2017. It should be falling off my credit report March 2nd, 2024. The report shows the payment history begins June 2018, which is also an inaccuracy. This account is also charged off twice, which means this is another blatant inaccuracy. An account can't be charged off, reported as collection, and then charged off again. This is a clear inaccuracy that Experian allowed to remain on my credit report. The account is not 100% accurate, so it is deemed inaccurate and should be deleted immediately. So one of the most important things that I want to note at the bottom of this, I told them to send me an update of my of an updated copy report within 15 days. And on this, as you can see, I did a couple things. I pointed out 3 different inaccuracies. Normally, I tell you to only point out one, but for this one, this was a one-off. This was a special case. I pointed out a couple different things. I pointed out the actual open date was different. I pointed out the open date that they showed on here was inaccurate, when in actuality that was the accurate date right there, March 2nd, 2021. That was the date I opened it. That was the date that the account was actually opened. The account wasn't open on March the 2nd, 2017, but that's what I said. The reason I picked that is because I knew them changing the opening date would be very difficult. They can't change the open date. That's hard. They could change the payment history again, the same way that they changed it to 2017, 18. They can then change it right back. So instead, I picked the open date because that would be much, much, much harder to change. Right? So as you can see, I'm throwing out nothing but inaccurate information. I'm saying this account was open in 2017, but it shows 2018. My open date 2021. I'm throwing out inaccurate information to make this account just completely messed up. Because it was so accurate, I didn't have anything to dispute. So we just made up inaccuracies and basically saw if the credit bureau, or in this case Experian, would then change it, which they did. In fact, they changed it and made it so inaccurate that it could no longer be fixed. So again, this is January 20th that I submitted this report. The date for the Experian report I showed you was on January 21st, but that was the only updated one that I had. Prior to that, I must have seen it, and it may have been a couple days prior. I must have seen it because I know I submitted that dispute to make it inaccurate somewhere between, I would say, the 8th of January and the 13th. I tried the 1099-C. That didn't work. Submitted a complaint directly with them. Said that the charge-off date was wrong. They made it inaccurate. Saw that, submitted this on the 20th I know the report I showed you says 21st, but I submitted this on the 20th, so it must have happened somewhere between, I would say, the 17th and in that time. So it took about a week for them to change it and to make it inaccurate. I responded 3-4 days later, January 20th, gave them even more inaccurate information, but my dispute reason was valid, but just threw out even more inaccurate information. This dispute that I'm trying to use would also further make the account inaccurate. Even if they updated it, it would make it then more inaccurate at that point. So I think it was a combination of just a lot of bad information being given out over and over and over that it just completely messed up this perfectly accurate charge off. So now if we go here, as you can see, on February 6th, and maybe it was deleted prior, but February 6th is the alert that I could find. It shows that it was deleted. So affirm account SEQXXXX. This item was removed from your credit report, and that's it. So it took about 2 weeks for them to respond after that complaint, maybe give or take, and then they remove the account. Now, the reason why I bring this up, I'll show you this. This situation is so unique. It's such a one-off. It was the last account that I had, and I had to get creative. The only thing I could really say about this is, because I can't really give you a process of exactly step by step what I did. You'd have to recreate this exact, these circumstances can't be recreated. But the main thing that I want to show you here is, if you run out of options, don't stop disputing. Get creative. See what information you can throw out to make the account invalid if possible. I was able to do it here. Again, maybe it was luck. But if you have an account that's perfectly inaccurate, maybe you're on round 4 or 5. Try going to the CFPB first and changing the opening date. If you have this same, if you have Experian, if this is an account that's only reporting to Experian, maybe you're in the same boat. Try disputing it online directly with Experian, but don't ask them to delete it. Just say information is not right. Maybe tell them the open date was 2016 when it was in fact 2020. See if they change the open date. Now, if you go back into the CFPB and you dispute again and you say, wow, this account is so inaccurate. It says it was opened in 2016, but I actually opened it up in 2015. See, now you just throw out another inaccuracy. I opened it in 2015, but the open date says 2020. You just threw out another inaccuracy just in case they update it. Now it's even more inaccurate. And then you also threw out something that was actually a factual dispute, which is the open date right now says that it's 2020. So you've thrown out more wrong information. You've disputed a factual thing that's accurate, and that is very hard to change. So again, I haven't done this enough to know if it's a process that can work. I just wanted you to know that it was possible that it can be done, and that if you run out of all options, don't fret. It's okay. You can do something like this to continue to disputing the account with information that may not make sense at all, just to confuse them, just to further the inaccuracies, just to be able to, dispute that account, because this account was perfect to a degree. There was nothing else I had left. So, when your back's against the wall and you don't have many options, you're going to have to do, whatever it is that you can come up with. So, continue disputing, get creative. And this is a testament to, even if there's no options left, there's always an option left. You just have to continue to push for what those options may potentially be. And this is also for those people who, when they've gotten some deletions, because some of you have gotten some deletions, but maybe it was deleted off of Experian and TransUnion, but not off Equifax. Now you have one account, but they've corrected it to where now you can't compare it to anything. You only have their payment history. If they didn't delete it for a repeated charge off or statute of limitations, you may feel like I run out of all options. Well, hopefully this example is something that you can look at and you can say, okay, let me try that first. And I'm going to see if this could potentially work. Worst case scenario, the reason why I picked due date is because the original account was charged off in 2018 or 2021. If now you mess with the open date, if you could get it to go back 7 years, you could then try to dispute again for, oh, it's past the statute of limitation, which is why I tried to dispute. It showed that the date was charged off for 2018. I tried to say 2017 because one more year back, if they would have changed it, I could have also then said, hey, this is past the 7 years. I could have done one or the other. So, yeah, man, that's my recommendation. If you exhausted all options, dispute the open date, try to get them to update the account to go back 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years, maybe have them take it back 3 years and then take it back another 4. Now you're 7. Oh, this account is past the statute of limitations. Or dispute the accuracy of the account at that point. Oh, the account says it was opened in 2023, but if you look at the open date on the account, it shows 2016. Whatever you have to do to create a scenario that you can then have a good foundation for a factual dispute. And yeah, that's the end of this video. Again, and take it with a grain of salt. I was hesitant to even show this because it's not like a tried true method. It doesn't really give you anything that I think can be proven to work, except for in this one-off scenario. But I just thought that it would be good for an example. Going forward, I didn't have any plans to do any other charge-off videos until I was going over common inaccuracies, and I did find a few more. I felt like it seemed kind of redundant, but if you want more examples of charge-off removal options, I am willing to do, look, I think I have 3 more tops. And then after that, I think we'll be wrapping up charge-offs, because I don't think that there's anything else that I could show you unless someone wants me to show a specific example of something that they did. Like I talked to someone yesterday where I was saying, hey, I'm almost done with the charge-off series because I've touched on everything. He was offering his information as an example that I can use. And I'm like, well, I've done repossessions. I've done repeated charge-off. I've done inconsistent reporting across all 3 bureaus with Identity IQ. I'm like, I pretty much touched on the main deletion reasons for charge-offs. But if you want to see like one with, like, for example, a firm, when I did research on a firm, from what I saw with the Better Business Bureau or everywhere else, it seemed like no one was able to get a deletion for this company. Like, it was tough. So maybe if there's one that you think is tough and we've gotten a deletion on it just to see as an example, then that could work. For someone who has a firm or who had this, I hope this is, something that they can use for an example. So if you want more of that, I am willing to do more of that going forward. I am looking to do more videos on business credit. Right now, in the making of this video, I usually have 7, 8, 9, 10 videos already scheduled. Sometimes if I feel like something's important, I push it ahead. But for the most part, like this video, by the time you're seeing it, it may be 2-3 weeks out that I actually will release this. I may push it up if I felt like it's important enough, or if I felt like I was getting questions about it enough, I'll push it ahead. I try to push out the things that I feel like will be the most useful to people, and I push back the things that maybe no one's asking for, or maybe I just thought it was good, but it wasn't something that that the community may have wanted. So just bear in mind, what you tell me is what I'm going to probably push to the forefront. Whatever I think is good, I usually have scheduled, and I push back depending on, what's going on. But usually I keep 10 videos, I would say 7 to 10 videos already scheduled ahead. So I'm very much ahead. I'm usually a month ahead when it comes to releasing videos. So yeah, just when this does release, just let me know. By then I'll probably have more business stuff out. If you want something more towards that, then I'll find out. Please let me know. If you want more charge offs, then I'll probably read that in the comments. I'll look at the consensus and see what it is that people want more of. But this series, as of now, and today is Tuesday. It's April 9th. As of now, this series will probably be coming to an end in my head within maybe the next 2-3 weeks. I may just do one charge off video for the next 3 weeks. Then I may do a compilation of everything. That way people just have one comprehensive video that they can go to for all this information. My goal is to have the most comprehensive, easy guide to follow with charge offs on YouTube, and then put this all into a playlist. And then update it as information becomes irrelevant. But as long as information is relevant, I don't really feel the need to go back. I only want to be going forward with information that is relevant to my audience. Again, if I don't have anything to contribute, I'm not going to make a repeat video to make a repeat video. I'm only going to make it to update information or to clarify information, but not just to repeat the same thing over and over. So, yeah, this is going to actually be short. I'm glad it wasn't too long. I really, for these last 5, 6, 7 minutes, really just wanted to clear this and let you know, hey, this isn't a step-by-step. This isn't a how-to. This is just more of, here's some information and an example of something that occurred, and you might be able to recreate it in your situation. And even if you can't recreate it, I just wanted you to know that this was something that was in fact a possibility. If you didn't actually know that it could, be done. If you, if you enjoy that, the content, if you like this video, I'll be doing a couple more updates on another credit repair video. There's a few other things I'm going to be updating soon for you guys. But other than that, thank you for everything. Appreciate the support. Appreciate all the comments, super likes. Thank you. Beyond grateful, beyond grateful. And I'm just going to keep pushing and providing you with as much value as I possibly can. All right. You guys have a great day. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith, and on this channel we discuss credit, personal credit, business credit, leveraging our financing, and all things business strategy. Today, we're going to be continuing our removal of charge-off series. In this video, I'm going to be showing you how to use your 1099-C in order to remove a charge-off from your account. I'm also going to be showing you how to find your 1099-C without having to get it in the mail from the original creditor. And this strategy I just recently started after doing a one-on-one coaching. I appreciate the one-on-one coachings, guys. The reason why they're so good for me is because right now, since I'm not in the midst of doing my own personal credit repair, having to look at so many different reports over and over and over again over the course of weeks and weeks that I have to keep doing it really keeps me engaged, keeps everything fresh, keeps me coming up with new ideas, new strategies. So thank you for that. But again, this is not a credit repair channel. I may have only 2 or 3 more videos for you guys that I'll have, yeah, probably 2 or 3 more videos possibly that may pertain to charge-offs. Maybe even just one more. I'm not 100% sure. But just keep an eye out. I'll probably let you know when it's the last one. Again, I think I may have one more at the very least before this is the end. But if not, then you'll see a few more to come. Now, using this method, it will require you to get access to your IRS transcripts, but I'm going to walk you through that steps to begin. So let's get started. Let's get to the next slide. Before we go into the IRS tax transcripts, I just want to give a brief description of what a 1099-C is. Originally, we did this on the first charge-off removal video, but I want to get back into it again, and I want to do it right from irs.gov, just to reiterate for people who may be new or did not see that video yet. So let's take a look at what the IRS defines a 1099-C as. So we are on the irs.gov website about Form 1099-C, cancellation of debt, and file Form 1099-C for each debtor for whom you canceled $600 or more of debt owed to you if you are an applicable financial entity or it's an identifiable event that occurred. Now, this would mean if it's a charge-off that is less than $600, you will not be able to use this method. This only works for balances that are $600 or above. Okay, so keep that in mind. This also works for identifiable events that have occurred, such as a bankruptcy. That is one event that would work for. The only person who can fill out a 1099-C or submit a 1099-C for you will be the original creditor. Normally, I would tell you to contact them, reach out, see if you got it. With this new method, you can actually check in real time if you have a 1099-C. I'm just going to show you what the form looks like. Again, this isn't a form that you're ever going to be filling out yourself, but this is an example of what it's going to look like. It'll have the original creditor's name, their tax ID. It's going to have the debtor's TIN, which is your social, your name, your address, the account number, the amount of the debt that's discharged, the interest, if included. Usually when you have a 1099-C, they don't include the interest. They just include whatever the balance was that you used, because when they file this, they're basically saying the amount of money that you had is income. So let me give you an example. If I loaned you $800 and you didn't pay me back after, let's say, 6 months. So at the end of the year, when I file my taxes, I'm going to say, hey, I didn't get the $800 that I loaned to this person. Can I actually get a tax break on that $800? We would then file our taxes. We would get the $800 back in a credit from the IRS. And then you would now have to put that $800 as income, because technically it was money that you spent that was never paid back. So a 1099-C would technically be income for you. And then you would add that to your taxes, and then you would pay taxes on this income that you have created. Here are the specific instructions on irs.gov for Form 1099-C. The creditor's phone number must be provided. The creditor's information must be in the box. Do not file Form 1099-C when fraudulent debt is canceled due to identity theft. So you don't file Form 1099-C if the debt was fraudulent. So that just lets you know, for, again, the original creditor, if it was fraudulent accounts, they can't get a tax break on that. You can't file it for that. You have to be an entity who is capable of doing this. But for you, again, for the individual, we don't need to know that. That is something that's a criteria for the original creditor. And Form 1099-C must be filed regardless of whether the debtor is required to report the debt as income. The debtor may be an individual, corporation, partnership, trust, estate, association, or company. Do not combine multiple cancellations of debt to determine whether you meet the $600 reporting requirement unless the separate cancellations are under a plan to evade the Form 1099-C requirements. So that's just letting you know who must file, and letting you know what the criteria are. And then I want to go back to one more thing. Let's just go back here to the PDF file, and we're going to scroll down. So right here, instructions for debtor. You receive this form because a federal government agency or an applicable financial entity, a creditor, has discharged, canceled, or forgiven a debt you owed, or because an identifiable event has occurred that either is or is deemed to be a discharge of debt of $600 or more. If a creditor has discharged a debt you owe, you are required to include the discharged amount in your income, even if it's less than $600, on the other income line of your 1040 or 1040 SR. However, you may not have to include all of the canceled debt in your income. There are exceptions and inclusions such as bankruptcy and insolvency. So here's a cool thing. If you are insolvent, and most Americans are, you'll be able to claim insolvency on your taxes, so that even if you receive the 1099-C, you don't have to add it as income onto your taxes and then pay taxes on that. I feel like that's another video. But that's just something to keep in mind. Like, for example, if your debt that was discharged was a car and it was going to be an extra $25,000, you may want to file as insolvent so that you don't have to pay taxes on $25,000 of that following tax year. Just keep that in mind. So the only box that I want to actually get into is box 6. Box 6 shows the reason the creditor has filed the form. The codes in this box are described in more detail. A bankruptcy. So just keep in mind, if you were bankrupt, you'll probably see a 1099-C for a cancellation of debt. Now, because you were bankrupt, you can then also, you actually won't have to pay taxes on that or file that as income in that circumstance. But this is one of the reasons you may get a 1099-C. You may also get it for statute of limitations. It expired for the period of time that debt was supposed to be owed, i.e. the 7 years. 7 years, debt can no longer be reported, or that charge off can't be reported. Debt relief from probate or similar proceedings. And other actual discharge before identifiable events. So these are just different things that you can look at when you're looking at the 1099-C form. I just think it's a good idea to know exactly when you're supposed to get one, the requirements that are that need to be met to receive one, and how your original creditor is supposed to fill this out. Just to make sure that everything's being done properly. The other part of that being, filing your taxes. I'm not going to go over that. You would want to get with someone who is going to be handling that for you. But just know that if you did have a large debt and you were going to have to file that on your taxes as income for the 1099-C, just be aware that if you're insolvent, you do have an option of using that to not have to pay that debt back. So just keep that in mind, or not to pay that, not the debt back, but the taxes that would have been due on that debt. Okay. I hope that makes sense. So now that we've gone over that, let's get back to the slide, and I'm going to take you to another section of irs.gov where you can actually find your 1099-C. Now, this is going to be the fastest way to check for a 1099-C. Now, the only thing is, this is going to be with a lot of accounts that are, already old. You probably already previously filed your taxes with these accounts. So you may not necessarily see them if this charge off happened this year. You may have to call and actually find out. And usually you won't see a 1099-C if the account was charged off in the same year, because of course they have to wait till the following tax year to receive a credit. So more than likely, if it's a new account, this won't work for you, but it's just good to be aware of where to find it if the time comes that you need to look for it. So the website is https://www.irs.gov/individuals/get-transcript. And I'm going to actually put this in the description so you can click the link, but you can also screenshot this and then you can click on it to go there. So when you go to the website, it's going to say get tax record. So on this website link, you can access personal tax records online or by mail. But of course, we want to get it the fastest way possible. So we're going to get it online. So you can go to the Get Transcript Online button, and you're going to click that. Now, this is going to ask you to sign in with ID.me. If you're not familiar with ID.me, it's a verification account that a lot of government agencies use to verify your identity. You've probably seen it before, especially if you're in the military, you're familiar, or if you've ever had to verify something with the government, then you probably have an account. If you don't have an account, then you can go to create a new account, ID.me. And then once you're done with that, then you would come back here and you would sign in. So I'm going to get signed in, and then we're going to go to the next step. Now, when you get signed in, you're going to see this screen. It's going to say IRS welcome with your name, and it's going to say get transcript. You're going to select a reason you need the transcript. For the most part, all the reasons that I selected seem to not really matter. Every time I selected any reason, the same information seemed to come up. I live in the state of Nevada, so we don't have state or local tax, but we do have federal taxes. So I'm just going to click on federal taxes because everyone, if you're paying the IRS, everyone has to pay on the federal level, not necessarily on the state level. All right. So when you go here, it's going to actually have all of your transcripts. And what you guys will find interesting, I'm not going to click on it because then it would be so much information I'd have to mask. I already took a screenshot of the account that I'm going to use for the example. It was one that I had a 1099-C for. But you're going to go to the wages and income transcript, and you're going to pick the corresponding year. Now, the thing is, mine goes all the way back to 2014. It usually goes back 9-10 years from what I've seen. You can actually check each one of these, and depending on how old your account is, you probably don't need to go back 10 years, of course, in most situations. But if you go back, you can actually look and see if you had a 1099-C, depending on the account. Now, the one that I'm going to look at, I believe is from like 2018. So it was, a few years ago. So you're going to want to go through here. When you scroll through, it's going to have all of your income information everywhere that you've received money from, whether it was your job, whether it was if you were trading stock or anything like that, and you realized some capital gains, whether it was not like for me, I'm a musician. I've had music from streaming services, so TuneCore collects that for me. They had that on there. Like anywhere that you would have money and you get a tax document for the money that you've made, it's going to be on here, which will include a 1099-C, because remember, a 1099-C is income. That is income for you because you spent money and you didn't pay it back. They now deem that as income. All right. So now that you've seen this page, take your time. You can go through your wage and income transcripts and you can see exactly, everything that you've done. And then you should be able to see 1099-C. And then we're going to go to the slideshow, and I'm going to show you the example of my 1099-C that I had. All right. So this is my form 1099-C, cancellation of debt. This actual form was associated with a Wells Fargo credit card that I had. Now, the Wells Fargo credit card, it was a fairly old account, but the account actually got canceled December 31st of 2020. December 31st, 2020. Now, the amount of debt that was discharged was $672. When I went back and looked up the account had a higher balance than 672. But what I realized was the 672 was the amount that I actually spent on the card. They don't actually discharge interest and they don't discharge bank fees. So keep that in mind. If you have an account that is like, let's say, like in my situation, it was $1,000, but the amount of the account was not more than 600 without including fees, you may not get a 1099-C. It has to be at least $600, not including any fees or interest charges. Okay. $600. It has to be for the balance that you spent. Just keep that in mind. So the identifiable event code is creditor's debt collection policy. And the debt description was a credit card. Personal liability indicator, box checked, personally liable. All right. So this is exactly what it's going to look like when you're scrolling through your wage transcript for your IRS, for the IRS.gov for that transcript. When you're scrolling down, you're going to see form 1099-C. And then it's going to say cancellation of debt, just like this one does. It's going to have the creditor. It's going to have the creditor's federal identification number. And then it's going to have a little short description of the creditor, of their address. Like my name, Step Smith, doesn't have my full name. It doesn't have my full address. It did have the last four of my social. I just masked that. And then let's go to the next screen. Now, what you're looking at here is the account. Now, this was an old Experian report, and this is from September 17th, 2020. When I went prior and I looked at December 21st, 2020, this account was already removed. So I don't have that. Like I couldn't show you like exactly where it was at that time. It was already off my credit report by like, I think October. So this was the last time that it was actually on there. But as you can see, I've only ever had one Wells Fargo account. So I know that this was the account that was associated. The balance was $1,043. But again, that was the balance with interest and bank fees. The actual amount that I spent was $672. It wasn't the $1,043. So when they discharged the debt and they did the cancellation for the 1099-C form, that's why you only see 672 and you don't see 1,043. Like as you can see, like my limit was 1,000. So I mean, I know that happens sometimes where you can spend more, but I didn't spend more than what the limit was. And this was a very old account. As you can see, it was opened June 23rd, 2011, and you just had stuff on here from 2014 all the way up to 2020. So yeah, it was a very, 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 very old account that was really hurting my ability to obtain credit. So that's pretty much all the information that I had on this account. And essentially, you would want to take both of these screenshots. You want to go to irs.gov. You would get your transcript. You can do exactly what I did here, and you can screenshot, or you can send the entire page if you want. And you're going to have this showing that the account was canceled, right? And even though, this amount is 672, you want to just make sure to add something so you can let them know that it's the same account. Because of course, this account number here shows the last four of the account number. And then the one here shows the first few numbers, which is weird. Like it's backwards, right? But I do know that this is the same exact creditor. And then you want to take a screenshot of this information as well. All right. That way you have the 1099-C cancellation of debt. And then you also have the account where you can show, hey, this is the same account that's reporting to my credit report. And that way you can compare both of them for the credit bureaus to see and for the original creditor to see. Okay. Now, this is the verbiage that we're going to be using when we're disputing this account. So this is the verbiage. According to the IRS, an unpaid charge-off is income. Remember, an unpaid charge-off is income. And according to the FCRA, income cannot be reported on a credit report. I received a 1099-C cancellation of debt for the following charged off account listed below. You can then put the account number again with the series of X's. That's perfectly fine. You can put that in the name of the account. After checking my most current report, the updated information stated this account was still being reported. This account cannot be reported as a charge off on my credit report. Please cease the reporting and delete this account. That is the verbiage for this particular type of dispute method. We're not doing a round 1, 2, or 3. We're taking this verbiage and we're disputing it directly with the creditor, right? Because the creditor is the one that's reporting the information. So they should have stopped reporting the information after they discharged that debt and they filed that 1099-C form on their taxes. They should have stopped reporting it. Okay, so this is that, besides that, the double jeopardy method, because it's very similar to this one. It's almost the exact same. Besides these two different methods, you should go through the round 1, round 2, round 3 process. For these particular two methods, you're not doing that. You're going to use this 1099-C form. You're going to use a copy of your report for comparison. You're going to send this verbiage directly to the original creditor, because you have to understand, more than likely, there's no one who is literally going every month, okay, Stephen Smith going to update that credit report, collection or charge off. There's no one physically doing that. This is happening automatically with a machine, with a program, with a software. This is happening automatically. So sometimes you have to let them know that this is still going on and this account's still being reported so they can stop reporting it. Sometimes it's just that simple. They just need someone to tell them that this is reporting when it shouldn't be, and they will just cease the reporting. Like, for example, the one that I had that was definitely written like 1099-C, it was canceled. This, just like the Capital One, when it happened, I never got a notice from Experian or Equifax or TransUnion that the account was deleted. The account just went away. It was like a ghost. It just was gone. No one, I didn't get any alerts, anything. It was just gone because the original creditor did not report it that next month. So it was just gone. Nothing left. Okay, so that's the difference when you're trying to dispute it with the credit bureaus and when you're going directly to the creditor in these circumstances. Only in those two circumstances that we talked about would we have done it this way. Okay. Before I take the verbiage over to the CFPB, I just want to go over some more information with as far as income and 1099-Cs. So I found an old article from Experian. It's also in the FCRA, but I was spending a lot of time combing through it and I couldn't find the exact section I was looking for. So I found this instead. So if you ever pull up your credit report, doesn't matter which credit bureau, you've never seen your income on your credit report, right? Some of us would want income on our credit report because if, let's say, you make a lot of money, I make $250,000 a year, I make a pretty decent amount of money. I would want a bank, a lender, someone who I'm trying to obtain credit from to know how much money I'm making. But notice, whenever you're filling out an application, you have to state your income. You don't see your income on your credit report. You have to state it. You have to tell them how much you make. You never see it on a credit report, right? So updating income on a credit report. So right here, dear Experian, I'd like to complete my income information on my credit report. How can I do this? So it says right here, dear RYD, you can't. Your credit history does not include income information. While employment information can be part of your credit report, it is limited. Your creditors may report the name and address of your employer and possibly the dates you work there. That information is usually provided by you in the credit application. Remember, credit application, when you tell them that you work for so-and-so company, you provide the employer. That's how they get that. That's how that information is provided. Lenders must verify that you have the ability to repay a loan. So when you apply for credit, you will be asked to provide income information, but the income details are never reported to Experian. Again, Experian tells you right there. But the income details are never reported to Experian. The bottom line is that just because a person has a lot of money doesn't mean they will use that money to pay their debts. So the likelihood that a person will repay their debts is based on how they've paid previous debts, regardless of income. So essentially what this article is saying, you don't have income on a credit report because how much money you make does not dictate how often you pay back your money. It just says I make a lot of money or I don't make a lot of money. It doesn't actually tell me whether or not you pay bills on time. So it's not included on a credit report. And as you can say, it's never reported, right? So then let's go back. So again, back here, the IRS says a 1099-C is income. You went to your IRS transcript and you read yourself a 1099-C is a cancellation of debt. But now that I use that money, the creditor canceled it, but I have to pay taxes on this money now. I have to actually put this on my taxes and pay tax on it because it's now considered income because I didn't pay them back. So if according to the IRS, an unpaid charge off is income, and the FCRA, or the example that we use directly from a credit bureau, income cannot be reported on a credit report. So I just want you to see how this is how we come up with this verbiage. The IRS said this. The credit bureaus and the consumer law said this. So if income cannot be reported on a credit report and I receive the 1099-C, which is a income statement, the following charged off account can't be listed on my credit report because this is income. It's that simple, guys. It's really that simple. So whenever you see that, that's all that you have to say. This isn't charged off debt anymore. This is income that I'm going to file on my taxes. You can't report income on a credit report. You said it. We just read it. You just said it. I can't do that. You can't do that. So now the information needs to be deleted. And that's it. It's as simple as that, guys. Very, very simple. It's not complicated. It's very easy. And I like to make this feel as easy as possible because I know that information can be overwhelming, especially when you're getting it from so many different sources. And I just want to make it as easy as possible for you and easy as possible for me. If I'm doing this, I don't want this to be hard. So now that we've gotten our tax transcript, we have our verbiage, we have an understanding of what we're trying to explain. We're going to take the copy of our transcript with a screenshot of the 1099-C cancellation of debt. We're going to take a screenshot of the account being reported to our credit report, whichever bureau that it's reporting to. And then we're going to go to the CFPB and I'm going to show you how we're going to submit this as a complaint to get this charge off account removed from our credit report. All right, we are now on the CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Again, if you're new to my channel, you haven't seen this yet, my subscribers already know. We're going to scroll down to the bottom. We're going to go to start a new complaint. All right, from here, if you don't have an account, this is your first time seeing this screen, fill it out. You sign up, follow the prompts there. For the rest of us who have created an account before, we're going to go to the blue highlighted text and we're going to log in. Once you log in to the top right hand side of the screen, you'll see start a new complaint. You click that button. It takes you right here to step 1 for submitting a complaint. You're going to click on credit reporting or other personal consumer reports. And then you're going to click on credit reporting. And then in step 2, and I'm going to be honest with you guys, there are multiple different options that you can actually put for this and they would still actually apply. Like, for example, you really could put problem with the company's investigation into an existing problem, or you could put, well, other than that, I probably would just use improper use of your report, which is the option that I'm selecting now. I just want to let you guys know, like, for some of these situations, depending on what you're doing, after you've done this a while, you can use your discernment for some of them. For this one, you could pretty much do problem with the company's investigation, but let's use improper use of your credit report. Okay. Then let's do reporting company used your report improperly, because we're talking about the company that is actively reporting this every single month, right? Because we're not going to dispute this with the credit bureaus. We're going to dispute this with the original creditor, because in this case, we need to get them to stop reporting it. And once they stop reporting it, it will be removed from all three bureaus simultaneously. So we don't have to dispute one at a time. We can just go right to the source and they're going to remove it. All right. So improper use of your report, which best describes your problem. Reporting company used your report improperly. Have you tried to fix this problem with the company? Yes, we have. Did you request information from the company? Yes, we have. Did the company provide this information? No, they did not. And then we go to the next step. So what happened? We're going to take our verbiage that we got from the slide. We're going to make sure that we paste that verbiage in there. You want to, in these parentheses that I have here, don't forget, add the account name and the account number. And it's okay if you add the one from your credit report that has a series of X's at the end. That is your account number. That is fine. You can add that. If you have the full account number because you have the original account information and you want to add that, that's also fine. All of that will be perfectly fine. You just want to make sure that the account can be identified. You want to make sure that Wells Fargo or the bank that has it or whoever the creditor is knows this is the account. And if they're reporting it as that on your report, you can trust and believe that they will be able to find it with that information, right? And what would be a fair resolution? You can copy this last sentence right here. Please cease the reporting and delete this account. Simple, right? Where it says attach a document, you're going to add the screenshot of the 1099-C or that page of the transcript that you want to include. You're going to add the screenshot of your credit report that's reporting that information. It doesn't matter if it's Experian or TransUnion or Equifax. You can send all three if you want, just to let them know it's reporting to all three. Doesn't matter. You just want them to know that it's still reporting. So you want to do that. You want to add a copy of your driver's license, a proof of address, which can be a utility bill, voter registration, your phone bill, your bank statement, your credit card statement. Because I get asked this a lot about what's acceptable. It could be car insurance. It could be internet bill. It could be any of those things. They all qualify. It just has to be something. It could be your W-2. You know what I'm saying? It just has to show your address. Just has to show that you live at that address. You want to include your second form of identification. It could be either a passport, birth certificate, or a social security card. I just recommend that just so you don't get stalled out. Okay? If you can't find it, it's okay. Put everything else. If you don't have it, it's okay. Put everything else and then proceed to the next step. So when we're looking at credit reporting company, in this case, I'm going to put Wells Fargo, but you would put whatever the company is. A majority of the time, whatever company you're thinking of, whoever it is, they're usually already on here. They're usually here. It's very rare that you don't see a company on here, but let's say that you didn't. When you type in that company's name, if you can't find that company, or it doesn't automatically present you with a name, you can type in a name, and then you can type in the PO box or the information or the address, look up the address for that company, and you can manually enter it in. And the CFPB will then send this electronic complaint still to that company, and they will receive it. Okay. You then add the last four of your social, your date of birth, and your name as it appears to that original creditor. Okay. So I'm just going to fill in some information here really quickly. All right. So in this situation, you don't need to complain about another company because we're complaining about the original creditor. Now, let's say you did this and for whatever reason, because it just, things happen. Let's say it didn't delete from Experian, but it deleted from TransUnion and Equifax. You can then go back in here later, and then you can do the dispute directly with Experian. But for all intents and purposes right now, you can just do it with the original creditor. Now, if you want to do it with all three, just for good measure, nothing's wrong with that. You can do that too. You can actually add three companies here. You could add like Wells Fargo, you could add Experian, and you can add TransUnion. Now, you can't add four companies at one time. But here's what you can do. You can go through here, fill out this entire complaint, and after it's done, if you have one more company left, go back in, do it the exact same way, but add that last company. All right. Just in case you just like, for good measure, I just want to do all of them because it would make you feel better just knowing that you made sure you exhausted every option. You alerted everybody. If it makes you feel better, you can do them all. I'm just saying for what I've done, I only needed to do the original creditor, but sometimes I just do all of them with like one-on-ones and coachings, or maybe I'll recommend that in like an email, just because I know that some people really want to make sure that this gets done as soon as possible. But I just wanted to touch on that just so that, it could save the question in case it was asked. So no, in this case, I'm not complaining about another company, and I'm going to go to next. So this is the very end of the CFPB complaint. What I've been doing lately is just usually skipping this part because you have to always select myself. And step 5 is the end. It's just a review. They ask you for demographic information like your race, your gender, your family size, your military affiliation. These are all optional. You don't have to fill them out. It should automatically put your address into the review part. You submit that, confirm everything is correct, and then submit, and you're done. You will get a complaint. It should have one complaint number. If you submitted 3, it'll have 3 complaint numbers, and you can log back into your account to confirm that everything is good. All right. Once you get that, you will receive a confirmation email from the CFPB. It normally says in 60 days, this complaint will be closed. But as we should know by now, you can disregard that. Everybody gets the same thing. Everybody gets that same exact message. It's not to say now your complaint's going to take 60 days. That's not what it's saying. It's a standard response that everyone receives. Okay. Once you get that response, you want to wait for an update on your credit report. Now, here's the thing. This won't come as a deletion. So you may get notified. Like I noticed, like Experian notified me because my credit score had increased. And then when I went to go look for the account, it just wasn't there. But I never got an alert that said this account was deleted like I do when I dispute inaccuracies. It just was gone. Okay, so you'll just want to take a look at when you get notifications of updates. Like for most credit reporting or credit monitoring apps or services, if something happens where your credit score increases or decreases or something changes about it, you normally get alerted. If you get alerted of that, I would suggest just going directly to closed accounts, charged off accounts, wherever the derogatory marks are. See if that account is still there. If the account is gone, then you can just assume that the account was removed. Because again, this technically isn't a deletion because we're not actually getting it deleted for inaccuracy. The original creditor just stops reporting it and it just goes away. It's like just gone after, it's just nowhere to be found anymore. All right. Please let me know how this strategy worked for you guys. Let me know if you had a lot of success by doing this method. I do think that you're going to see a lot of higher rates of success. And what I am very happy about is seeing this and knowing that now you don't have to wait in the mail or you don't have to call. You can go to your IRS transcripts right now and you can see if you have a 1099-C. I'm going to start incorporating this into the beginning of the process, like updating personal information, going through and getting your disputes and inaccuracies. And on top of finding all of your inaccuracies that you can dispute, going to irs.gov, getting your transcript. And if you have any 1099-Cs for any of the corresponding tax years, let's collect those and we can start submitting those disputes as well to get those deleted really quickly. So that's going to just make it so much easier for a lot of people. Having to do the round 3 process can take some time, but now this hopefully gets some deletions and charge offs very, very quickly in like 5 to 7 days so that we can just continue and getting this thing moving. So, again, thank you for the one-on-ones. I learned a lot from doing that. I think it makes videos like these possible because I get to continuously be engaged with the same processes and learn new things when new information is presented. That helps a lot with making sure that I could bring good information to people. So thank you for that. Those have been great. Thank you for the purchases of the credit repair guide. Thank you so much. Appreciate that as well. Again, I don't think I'm going to have too many more charge off videos for you. I think the most I'll have is 3, and at least I think I may be able to get 1 more out of it. I have to go over it again and see if I have anything else that I could have possibly missed. I'm thinking maybe I have 1 or 2 more things that I could possibly show you, and after that I don't have any intent of doing any more charge off videos per se, because I feel like at that point I would have touched on a majority of the different types of charge offs, and I will have given you almost every single method that you could get to remove it. And I don't think you're gonna need any more. I think that's gonna be it. Okay. Other than that, I think that'll take care of that should take care of that series, that charge off series. I'm going to continue also putting out videos for business credit. I just recently got the Chase business Inc. card. I'm going to make a video on that. I was going to do it today, but I think I'll save it. I think I'll give myself the break and I'll do it another day. And then I have some other videos coming out about business credit, one on rewards. Today is April 14th, Sunday. So you guys may not see this video until like maybe April, like around the 20th ish. Usually I make my videos, I would say sometimes I make videos 2 weeks in advance and put them out 2 weeks later sometimes. But I would say like for these, I usually put them out like a week later. So by the time that you're seeing this, it'll probably be a week old. I'll probably have more business credit videos. If you guys have any ideas of other things that you want to see, let me know. I am going to probably soon be showing you my new business, what happened after like the first 30 days, where that's at, business credit scores that came in, what I'm doing to continue my structuring, and what you can do as well to get your business structured, and why that's important for you. And then I think I'm gonna start transitioning over to the next phase soon, which is going to be ways that you can make money online with your business credit. And if you guys are interested in, like, for example, never talked about this, but if you're interested in, let's say, YouTube, maybe you never thought about that, but YouTube as a platform, as a digital service, if you're thinking about maybe doing that, maybe you can leverage your business credit to get your equipment, to get your camera, to get started. If you want to know things more about YouTube, the analytics side and things like that, I've never talked about it. If you want to know more information about that, let me know. If you want to know more information about ebooks and templates, and maybe, writing your own ebook, let me know about that. Someone mentioned making a website. I might do that if I see there's enough interest in it. If you want videos on, let's say, side hustles or additional ways to make money to supplement the income that you're gonna get, in order to start your business, I can start doing stuff about that. Just let me know exactly where you are at in this journey and what's moving you right now, where your focus is at. For me personally, my focus has been a lot on investing, ETFs, things of that nature. Another thing is, I don't know if I forgot. I probably mentioned this at some point in time. I used to trade stock. I used to trade, day trade, swing trade. I do long-term investing. If you want to know about day trading, I have TradingView. I use TradingView a lot for that. I have indicators. I have charts. If you want to know good trading strategies, good investing strategies, things like that, how to read a chart, how to use indicators. If you want to know about that, I've done a lot of things. I do a lot of things. That's one of my bags. I spent a lot of years developing those trading skills too. So if you want to see that, I could definitely make something on that. So please continue to provide me with your ideas. I want to be as much of a resource as I can for you guys. And just thank you for everything. I appreciate you watching this video, and you have a wonderful day.